Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Chime, the elite suite of basic banking features all usable via one handy phone app. Start building your credit. Open a Chime checking account with at least a $200 qualifying direct deposit to get started at chime.com/sacred. That's chime.com/SACRED. Again, for a suite of basic banking features all wrapped into a convenient app, head to chime.com/sacred. The Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A., members FDIC. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and over-the-counter advance fees may apply. Call 1-844-244-6363 for details. Late payment may negatively impact your credit score. Results may vary. Early access to direct deposit funds depends on payer. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Fume, a novel way to go cold turkey. The Fume Air device itself is a slickly crafted, high-quality wooden and metal implement, and within it, you insert replaceable, flavored, and scented so-called cores. These cores come in a variety of exceptional options. My favorite is orange vanilla, but there are myriad more. Continue a year of betterment with the good habit by going to tryfume.com/sacred. That's tryfum.com/SACRED. And getting the Journey Pack today. Fume is giving listeners of Sacred Symbols 10% off when they use the code SACRED to help make starting the good habit that much easier. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 296. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Reagan. Chris, looking handsome, looking young, looking crisp. How are you today, my friend?
Feeling pretty good. You know, just a lot of things are coming together. You know, with the office. A lot of the boxes that I have to like build the office are not in the office right now. They're kind of like stacked in my living room, but everything's kind of in place for building this out. So I'm excited to get started on it. Although it's going to start looking pretty fucked pretty soon.
Good. That's good. A little chaos, order at the end.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
No.
Very well. Did you get a haircut?
Yeah. Yeah, I had to. It was getting to the point where it was just like I was waking up and it was like, you know that feeling where it's like you feel like there's like bugs on you because your hair is like tickling your face. Like I hate it. It just feels like there's like spiders like crawling all over you. I'm like I'm over it.
Good. Very well. Annoying. You look good.
Thanks.
Dustin Furman, executive producer.
Wow.
There, you're wearing your thrice.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, wearing my this is my Artist in the Ambulance shirt. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good today. It's Final Fantasy VII Remake release day. I had you guys waiting for a minute because right when I started the call, my collector's edition showed up. Deluxe edition, sorry. So I didn't want it sitting out on the porch by itself. But yeah, just excited to dive in later.
Some hooligan's going to come take it, you think?
Some hooligan. One time I did have a game disappear off my porch. I don't know if it was ever delivered, to be honest, but...
You have cameras?
I do have a camera, so that's why I don't think anything showed up. I will say, the thing about having the camera on your porch, Colin, have you ever had a police officer show up to ask to see if you have any footage?
No.
Oh,
no.
It's happened to me twice now. Once, apparently there was someone that got shot recently in my neighborhood, so that's cool. Nice to know. And then the other time someone's tires got slashed, and it's like, I don't have it set to record all the time, dude. Like I can't help you, but it's always a little nerve-wracking. I'm drinking coffee at 9 a.m. and I look through my camera and a police officer's at the door, which the thing is, I have no reason to be nervous. I haven't broken the law. As far as I know, I probably have in some way, but when a police officer knocks at your door, there's a little,
yeah,
like what's going, maybe they're going to tell you that someone's dead for all we know. I mean, not necessarily a good thing. So
yeah. there's enough people that I see, like I'll see news reports or something on Twitter or like wherever else where it's like, oh, so-and-so exonerated after 65 years in prison. And that alone is enough for me to be like, I hope I never have to. Like, if a police officer comes to my door, it's like, I'm always going to be afraid. Because you can just be put away. It doesn't even matter if you did anything. So yeah, it makes perfect sense why you'd be afraid.
Yeah. Luckily, the police officer was very nice. Very
What were you
chill.
like? Get out of here, pig!
Yeah, exactly. I was like, fuck you. He was a nice guy. And actually, I didn't know if I told you this. I got pulled over a few weeks ago by a police officer because I rolled a stop, apparently.
Oh, California roll.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Here's the thing, though.
That's a way of life in California.
I didn't get a ticket. I got a warning, but the guy was there because he was on like buckle up duty where they're just checking to make sure people are buckled up. And I think he was bored. But he was also very nice. So I'm not going to complain. I mean, I guess I am complaining already, but
Yeah.
I didn't get a ticket. He was nice about it, but a little bored. Absolutely.
Did I ever tell you the story? I must have told you the story about when I never, as an adult, had a car, but I had a scooter in San Francisco for many years. Like, a 250cc Yamaha Vino. It was awesome. And I used to ride that thing all over the place. And there was this, when IGN's office was in Brisbane, which is a small town south of San Francisco in the like near the beginning of the valley. It's like in the suburbs, so you would ride along all these random roads to get to it. And there was this amazing. It's actually near. It isn't it. But do you know I think it's Steve McQueen, right? The movie Bullet, which is like one of the most famous car chase scenes ever.
No.
From the 70s or the 60s, I think. Anyway, it was all filmed in this area, and so the roads are like dope. Like they're just fun. They like, and
it's important for a road to be fun.
Yeah, this is part of the story.
Yeah.
So I used to go between these roads to go to and fro. I lived in Daly City at the time, and so I was on one of these roads, and I was riding like probably like 65 miles an hour. I mean, that's like basically as fast as the Yamaha Vino can go. And there's this cop car coming the other direction. I'm clearly speeding, like going way too fast. I see. This all happens in like 5 seconds. I still can't believe that I reacted like this. I realize because we come around the corner, it's almost like you're like making eye contact. It's like, oh fuck, he caught me. The cop car in my mirror pulls over and turns around, and I gun it and go as fast as I can and get away. And they never got me. So I escaped certain death, I think, with these particular Daly City cops or the South City cops. So.
Sure.
That's the closest I've ever gotten really to having any problems with the police. But I still can't believe that was my instinct, was to like escape.
Yeah, of course.
I knew they were coming for me. Like, and I'll never forget that. It's almost very un-Colin in some sense. But by the way, guys, I'm very ill right now. Does it sound it, or do I sound normal?
Only slightly.
Totally normal to me.
Really interesting.
There's like a 5%. I sense 5% sickness.
Yeah, 5% sickness. I wish that was what it was. Guys, I was so fucked up earlier this week. I don't know why this is. It's probably because I don't really go out very much, but it's always been the case for me. And knock on wood, even when I used to ride the subway every day or the Muni in San Francisco and just be around people and go to offices, I just didn't get sick very often, like almost ever. I was very fastidious about washing my hands and like, I don't know, whatever. And I just never get sick. And sometimes you'll have one of those days where you kind of feel a little down, but you get over it or whatever. Yeah. I was full blown, and I am still, but I was full blown fucked earlier this week for the first time in many years. Like I was talking to Mike. I was like, I don't know the last time I was sick like this. I was saying like the last time I remember being bedridden sick was the week Plants vs. Zombies came to PS3, because I was in bed all week playing that. And, I was like totally sick then at IGN, but that might be the last time. I don't know if it was or is COVID or a flu or whatever. I'm not that interested in it, but I will say that the one day, so I guess it was 2 days ago, I felt like I was dying. And I don't know, dude, soaking wet, shivering. I was in the shower like a few times trying to like get it all out of me. I was throwing up.
No, geez.
And I couldn't sleep. My head was pounding. I was like, damn, dude, I am fucked up right now. And I'm not really a bitch about that kind of stuff. So yeah, I was really, I'm glad I was able to do the show today. I had to delay Knockback with Dagan because I was like, I just cannot do this. So I don't know, dude. Don't make out with random strangers, I guess, and then you won't get sick.
Yeah.
So you're not curious about if it's COVID at all? You don't want to just to know. You could do
No, I
a
don't
little test
really
or
care.
something.
No, I mean, we have the tests, but it's more fun not knowing. And I told you guys, I think I might have had COVID late in 2020, and it was just a very mild case because I had like a little bit of a headache, but I was fine. Micah was saying that she doesn't think this is COVID because of I have like no cough. I have like that. There's just certain aspects of COVID typically that would materialize in that sense.
You're probably just fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, I think I might have the flu. And what's a bummer about that is that a few weeks ago, Micah went and got the flu shot, like the yearly flu shot, which I'm not really against. As I understand it, the flu shot is basically just kind of a consortium of doctors figuring out what they think maybe the strand will be and try to protect you against it. So I've gotten in the past. I have no problem with that, but I opted not to. And then
you get
this is what happens. But now Micah and I have very, very low discipline with personal space when we really should have better discipline. As far as like, for the last few days, I've been trying to say like, maybe we should be like, I should stay in this room, you stay in this room. We just have no interest in doing that really. And so now she's sick.
Yeah. That's when you live with someone, it's part of nearly impossible. So
yeah. Even roommates. I would get like, my roommates would come home with all sorts of shit and I'd be like, well, guess I'm sick because I'm not going to like lock myself in my room and avoid the kitchen. So just what happens.
I'm here. I mean, it was a realistic situation developing where I'm like, I don't know if I can do the show this week, which would have been the first time ever that I wasn't on Sacred Symbols. And who knows, I might not have the energy to finish, but
that sounds like when the second shot that I got for COVID was like that. Like an hour or two after, I felt so in pain that I was laughing. Like it was funny to me how hurt I was, because it felt like my skeleton and the rest of me was hurting in unique ways completely independently of one another. And I was like, this is fucking wild. I feel high almost. And I was feverishly like sweating and like giggling in the dark. And Sweeney had to be like, hey, you all right, man? I'm like, no. But it passed in like a couple hours. But still, that was the loopiest sickness I think I've ever felt.
It's funny because I don't know. I was thinking about it as it went. I'm like, damn, dude, I have no constitution for this level of sickness. Like, I'm so glad that this doesn't happen to me. This hasn't happened to me more often or whatever. And I'm also, Micah and I are going away next week for the weekend to Boston. And I was like, damn, dude, I'd be so stressed out if this was happening to me next week. I'm just grateful that it's happening to me now. So hopefully I'll be on the mend by the time we travel. We'll see what happens. But yeah, it went from, first of all, every night I've woken up in the middle of the night and had to change my shirt because it's soaked.
Yeah.
Like that's
terrible.
And just, you could feel like the beads of sweat moving around down your body, and it's like almost like a bug, and you have to be like, oh, it's not a bug. It's literally just the sweat wrapping around my thigh curve, into my grundle. It's gross. Right. Yeah. Should we stop?
When the word grundle comes up, I think it's time to end the show.
Yeah. So
12 minutes in.
I'm so tired. I wish it was time to end the show, but it's not. We're not even anywhere close, unfortunately. If I'm being honest with you. Got a weed delivery today.
Oh,
that was fun. Very nice woman. I give them a tip and they're always surprised by it. I buy like pretty expensive amount at a time just so they don't have to constantly be coming here. So like enough for like a month or whatever. And I gave her like a $20 tip, which is not that much considering how much I spent, but it's like, okay. And she was like, really, I always noticed, I'm like, damn, dude, these potheads just take whatever and just don't give you any money.
Of course not.
It's just strange.
Of course not. Like, yeah, it makes perfect sense. They'd be like, yeah, thanks. They wouldn't even be thinking about it. Yeah, they would be too relaxed to make the effort to reach for a tip in the first place. Is my science.
Got to tip your delivery drivers.
You should, yeah.
Like when
if you
I
can't afford the tip, you can't afford to get delivery.
Precisely. When we do DoorDash here, we do usually just Chipotle or like a couple other things on DoorDash, and it tells you like the automatic tip. I just do that because you see a bunch of, I don't know why. I guess I too understand it, but DoorDash, and other companies make it transparent how much you're tipping in the moment. Do you know that?
Mm-hmm.
So, which I find kind of strange. It reminds me, you guys probably don't remember this because I don't think it even proliferated very far, but there was a third rideshare company in California for a while called Sidecar. Do you guys
Oh yeah.
remember this company? And
Yeah.
Sidecar's whole thing was, it was kind of like more of a libertarian, it was like a marketplace where the driver would be able to know where you wanted to go and all these kinds of things to like make more decisions in the moment about pay and destination, as opposed to kind of the blind Uber. Like that doesn't work. That's why it went out of business, because it's like, oh, I don't want to go all the way over there. The idea of Uber is like you're kind of supposed to get the driver captive. And it's like they don't know where they're going. So I was surprised when you see these videos online of people like basically getting their food destroyed or people getting in the fights because they don't tip them, and they know this in the moment. So when I'm a tipper anyway, but when I realize that, it's like, oh, you can't fuck around with this. You got to just give them the good tip. Don't even mess around with that. Now in LA, the DoorDash drivers and the Uber Eats drivers were fucking idiots largely. You used to have to go and intercept them random places like outside. Be like, I'm just going to come to you. Just stay still. Here it's a little bit different in suburbia, but I am fascinated by that some people just roll the dice. Don't tip their I can't imagine what they're doing to your food. And they should be doing something to your food if you're not tipping them.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe a little bit of Grundle experiments.
Right. Grundle sauce.
Got it on hand.
Oh, I got plenty of Grundle sauce right now.
Right.
You don't what is the restaurant that has that, what is it, horsey sauce?
Oh, it's Arby's.
Oh my God. So everything about that phrase really fucking bothers me.
Come on in, let me give you some of that horsey
sauce. It's so heinous. Who the fuck would order that? Like, you know what this could use? Some horsey sauce.
What exactly is horsey sauce? I haven't been to Arby's in a long time.
I don't know that I've ever had Arby's.
Me neither.
I know where they are in places that I've lived, but I don't know that I've ever gone to one.
I have enthusiastically driven right by them. For sure, but I've never set foot in an Arby's. I don't even know what do they do. It's just like my assumption of what Arby's is that they just specialize in roast beef sandwiches, and that's it. That's my perception of Arby's. So I don't know what their menu is or anything.
Arby's has gone downhill in my opinion. I haven't been there in a few years because everything I got there was just bad. They have, if you want some super dry chicken tenders, Arby's is your place. Now, the one redeeming thing of the menu is the curly fries that they have there. Highly recommend those. But I don't know. I'm not into the roast beef thing. A lot of people really like that, but I don't know. Their thing is all about meats.
How are they getting the fry to curl like that? Are you cutting it in a certain way and then instantly frying it to make it stay in that shape or something? How do they do it?
I think I think they just cut it like spiral, like around.
Oh, so they're cutting. That seems so. Where did the rest of the potatoes go?
They just become normal fries, I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say they must become like Potatoes O'Brien or some shit.
I think that it's like a machine that cuts, and you theoretically could cut the entire potato. I see. Yeah, so then when you get the fries, you have some tiny little curly boys. And then you got some long ones too. So I don't know if there's any wasted or turned into other fries. Just the manner of the cut.
Yeah, it seems so. Can't we just all eat straight French fries? Why can't the curly fry powder spice go on straight French fries?
I'm sure it could, but the curly fries are kind of fun. It's just something different.
Yeah, they are something different. What do you think of waffle fries? I love waffle fries. Not at Chick-fil-A's waffle fries are not very good because they don't constitute very well. Like they don't stay warm, but
no.
I like waffle fries generally at certain places. There was this place I used to eat at in New Hampshire with my mom all the time. Molly Malone's it was called. And they had awesome waffle fries. Just awesome. But
I don't know.
That's another wasteful way to cut.
I think they're just trying too much with that. Like it strikes me as just be a fry. What are you trying to do here? You're not fooling anybody. You're not tasting any different. There's not even really an element of like, at least the curliness has like its own, at least a curly fry has its own implied kind of powder with it. Like there's like a taste to curly fries that is uniquely distinct from like normal fries that you can vividly picture in your mind. But like waffle fries are literally just Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've ever had waffle fries that I was like, ooh, yeah, these are better than every other version of fry that I could have right now. You know, like never in my life.
Sometimes the humble crinkle cut fry can be pretty decent.
I like the crinkle cut fry. There's something about it, the crispiness of the crinkle cut. It's all good. I'm especially delirious today, so I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about or how we already interrupted the show.
Yeah.
It's going to be worse than ever. This is going to be the worst show we've ever done. Welcome to Sacred Symbols. And that really is saying something, by the way. Welcome to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. Good to be here with you guys today. Thank you so much for your love, kindness, and support. Remember, you can get us 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon, both in video and audio. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia. Couldn't do it without you. You can also get Discord access over there, the ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas on the weekly threads that I pick through to populate our show with your inquiries. Q&As, monthly Q&As, Sacred Symbols Plus, of course, once a week over there. The big interview I did last week that people are really loving, we'll put it live soon for everyone, is Jonathan Blow. Sat down with him for 2 hours, wide-ranging conversation about many topics, really about the business of making games and the politics surrounding the business of making games. And I think people will really, really enjoy that conversation if you haven't heard it already. Yesterday, I was sick, but still did it. Sat down with Cliffy B to talk about some things. Asked him some interesting questions. That was kind of a more chaotic conversation, not in a bad way, but we just talked about a bunch of different things in passing. But we got some interesting stuff in there too about, like, I was telling Cliffy, I'm like, I sense it. I don't know him nearly as well as I know Jaffe, but I sense a tension in both of them that I compared where I'm like, I feel like you guys are comfortable being out, but kind of want to get back in. Do you want to make a game again? Or are you happy doing these other things? Because Jaffe's rich too, but Cliffy B is very rich. And, Cliffy was at Epic for 20 years and made millions and millions of dollars. So he's comfortable doing other things. He's an entrepreneur. Like, he owns some restaurants. He produced like a Tony Award winning stage play.
Yeah.
And like, there's just a bunch of weird shit. And now he's getting into stand-up comedy. But I was asking him about like getting back into Gears, and because my wife is a huge Gears fan. It's funny. She talks to all these people to like set these things up, and she will never say that she's a huge fan. She loves Cliffy B. And so on her behalf, I was like, well, we're going to get you back into Gears world and all of that kind of stuff. So a lot of good stuff on there. I think you guys will enjoy. That conversation will go up soon. Dustin, you interviewed Genki, the Japanese gamer, and you put that live for everyone on YouTube. So that's available now to check out.
Yep.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. There was a conversation all about that Brad conducted. My interview with Mystic Ryan was well received. We did Sacred Cross Duke last month. We'll do that again soon. So check that out. Sacred Symbols Plus rolls on. And Brian W. Rath wrote in and said, greetings from Malvalon Creek. That is, of course, the space Vietnam that I think has been taken back over by the automatons. A huge shout out to Colin and Jonathan Blow for the most recent Sacred Symbols Plus episode. It was incredible to hear so much salient insight into the technological, societal, and moral aspects of game development. Conversations like that are what make Last Stand special, and I can't wait to hear from Jonathan again in the future. Me too. He really does get very honest about like his whole, I don't want to say his whole thing, but a big framing of the conversation from him is like, you got to love what you do. There are too many people that don't love games that make them. There are too many people that don't do anything at these companies that don't belong at these companies. There needs to be a way forward that allows us to parse through the money situations and all of that to make better, bigger and better games. And that it's really up to the individual studios to do this. And so I think people will really find the conversation very salient indeed. And by the way, did you see that for the Malvalon Creek? I think that's how you say it. Or maybe it's I think it would be Malvalon Creek.
I think it was Malevolon.
Malevolon Creek. I guess that makes sense. Malevolent. That would make sense. Yeah, Malevolon Creek. Did you guys see? I don't know if I shared it. It was like someone made a hat. Like the Vietnam veteran or the Korean War veteran hat.
Yeah.
With like whatever, and they made it for that.
That's awesome.
So good.
I was like, I'd probably get punched in the throat by someone if I wore that, but that's funny nonetheless. Merch. LastStandMedia.store, shirts, sweatshirts, hats, stickers, etc. We appreciate your support over there. Leave us nice reviews on podcast services. Follow us on YouTube. You know the drill. Whatever you'd like to do. Almost feel like I need a break at this point. Dustin, talk for a little while.
Well, we have some new merch items. Some of them we're going to debut exclusively at Sacred 300. And then we will put them on the store afterwards. I don't know if you've seen them, Colin.
I saw them last night, actually. Yes, I didn't even know we were making some of these things. So they're It's cool that my business is becoming big enough, or I'm just completely detached from reality enough that I don't even know what's going on in half the time with anything. So
yeah, well,
I'm a good CEO.
I try to. I've learned to bother you about things that I need to bother you about, but I'm like, these are a no-brainer, and it's not a big investment, and we're gonna make money, and our fans will be happy with them. So let's just do it. But so yeah, some new merch items. Very excited about, and we're again working on some new shirt designs and stuff like that. So please be excited.
By the way, I'm just looking at my Twitter feed right now. Toys for Bob spinning off into an independent studio.
What?
And leaving Microsoft and Activision. It's weird.
Wild.
Leave that for the Dukes. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Chime, the elite suite of basic banking features, all usable via one handy phone app. Learn more now at chime.com/sacred. Listeners already know that Sacred Symbols is what you might call a money-positive podcast. That is to say, we understand finance helps the world go round, and we don't dodge the subject or treat it as some sort of taboo. Quite the opposite, we lean into it. This is why I think it's awesome that my friends at Chime have sponsored our show for so long, because it allows us to relay word of a great service to listeners that already get it, as it were. So here's the rub. When it comes to banking, all most of you need is a checking account, a savings account, a credit card, and a debit card. With this small bundle of options at your fingertips, you can interact with the financial world in all sorts of ways. Shop online, set up direct deposits with your job, stow cash away for a rainy day, utilize tens of thousands of fee-free ATMs, and so on. There's no reason to complicate what isn't fundamentally complicated. But where Chime truly excels is how it's all grouped together into a handy, award-winning app that makes charting your financial situation about as easy as you can imagine. And hey, don't ignore that Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card either. By simply buying things on credit within your means and then immediately paying off the balance, which I have literally been doing for like 20 years now, you can raise your credit score, making it easier to acquire an apartment or car, or even get a mortgage. Hell, many jobs will check your credit to see if you're trustworthy and reliable. Start building your credit. Open a Chime checking account with at least a $200 qualifying direct deposit to get started at chime.com/sacred. That's chime.com/SACRED. Again, for a suite of basic banking features all wrapped into a convenient app, head to chime.com/sacred. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A., members FDIC. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and over-the-counter advance fees may apply. Call 1-844-244-6363 for details. Late payment may negatively impact your credit score. Results may vary. Early access to direct deposit funds depends on payer. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Fume, a novel way to go cold turkey. Learn more now at tryfume.com/sacred. That's FUM. There are many advantages to being the CEO of a podcast network, but one of the most unusual perks is being introduced to potential sponsors with remarkable products. And believe me, we pass on opportunities that don't make sense for us or our audience. But Fume? I'm telling you guys, Fume is something special. Fume is a so-called flavored air device, and its intent is brilliant. It's meant to help cessation, to alter a bad habit into something completely neutral. But I know legions of you out there are in the grasp of some activities that, let's say, aren't very good for you. But what if you swapped out said activity with Fume instead, and changed nothing else? Well, then you've already done your body a great service, all without a meteoric shift. So here's how Fume works. The Fume air device itself is a slickly crafted, high-quality wooden and metal implement, and within it, you insert replaceable, flavored, and scented so-called cores. These cores come in a variety of exceptional options. My favorite is orange vanilla, but there are myriad more. And all you do is pull on your Fume to taste and smell the flavored and scented air that comes from the core. It should be obvious to you now why this is so useful, but let me put a fine point on it. Instead of vapor, Fume literally just uses air. It's completely natural. You cannot charge your Fume or even turn it on because there are no electronics. There aren't any harmful chemicals. It's not too good to be true. It's actually quite remarkable, and why I was frankly amped to promote Fume here on Sacred Symbols. Listen, I'm a true believer into each his own. I'm not going to ride you for your choices, but you and I both know that Fume can help some of you dodge an expensive, dangerous habit, if only you're willing to try. Continue a year of betterment with the good habit by going to tryfume.com/sacred. That's tryfum.com/SACRED. And getting the Journey Pack today. Fume is giving listeners of Sacred Symbols 10% off when they use the code SACRED to help make starting the good habit that much easier. Again, for the exceptional Fume-flavored air device, go to tryfume.com/sacred today. There's bigger news we need to get into. Let's talk about topics of discussion. Start flexing a little bit, stretching, moving around, getting the heart rate going, the blood pumping. Chris Fazio wrote in, this is for you and me, Chris. Says, hello, gentlemen. I must say RIP to Curb Your Enthusiasm's Richard Lewis, who passed away today. It would be yesterday from when we're recording, from a heart attack. His banter with Larry was always one of the show's highlights, and he will definitely be missed. Colin and Chris, have either of you been able to catch the first 4 episodes of the final season yet? I'm glad Lewis was able to be included. I am 2 seasons behind on Curb. So, no. I was a little shook by this. He is a staple of my style of humor. His melancholy has clearly been inspirational in my own comedy in some sense that whatever kind of comedy you want to call it. And I agree that he was always Larry's. They're not best foils. It's like they're friends, and it's so funny. Like so many of their like conversations and quips were going around on Twitter, and I was just watching. I watched probably 20 or 25 of them. I'm like, these are so funny. Like the one where the guy that's like that has like he's silent and he won't speak, and he gets introduced, and he's like, "What is he, a fucking mime?" Like, and you could tell that Larry was really laughing in the moment at it, like because they're obviously improvising a lot of their lines, and it's just so funny. Like Chris and I go on, and I think it's kind of a rote thing at this point for a lot of the audience that Seinfeld and Larry David and Curb, major touchstones for us. Yeah, and so that hurt a little bit to see that, and it's sad to see him go, and I am glad that he was able to be included in the final product. It's kind of, I don't want to be too dark, but I think, are they done with the final episodes? Because I wonder if they can write about him being dead, which would be funny, because there is that one clip where Larry is like, will you just die already? Like, will you, like,
well, dude, in the I do believe that all the episodes are done. Like I don't think it's not like old school network television where they kind of write a little bit as the season goes on. I think it's more, because it's so wrought and so planned ahead, and it's HBO. It's like really, really tailor-made television. I think a lot of that's done. I think they wrapped a while ago, so I don't think they'll be able to touch on it. But it's funny because like the last episode, or like I think it was either the last episode or the episode before. There's a whole conversation between them where like they're fighting over who's going to put who in their will. And Larry's like, don't put me in your will. I don't want that. I don't need to give it to somebody who needs it. It's like, you're my best friend. I want you to put you in my will. Don't do it. Fuck you. And it's like this whole conversation. It's funny. I don't know, man. Like it's sad to see. I'm glad. I feel a lot of things about it because to me, I'm glad they got the final season out. I'm glad he was able to be a part of it because that would have sucked because Funkhauser, the guy who played Funkhauser, Super Dave, didn't see the rest of the show. And, they're getting up there in age. These people are going to start dropping. And so to be able to have the final season of Curb with Richard Lewis, I think is really, really important. And I think it kind of reinforces the fact that this really is like the final season. Like it's not going to be a situation where like Larry David last time said, "Oh, it's the last season," and then he did another one. This is actually it, because I don't think you could really have another season of Curb without Richard Lewis as a part of it. Those conversations are so good. That mime clip is great, but I personally love there's a season. I don't know if you got to the season yet, Colin, with Mocha Joe. Have you gotten to that season?
Is that the one where the guy runs the coffee thing on outside of the studio or something?
Well, yeah, but there's a follow up where he gets his own coffee place and Larry opens.
Oh no, I haven't seen this one. No,
there's this whole clip where he's like Larry tests the coffee and Richard Lewis is drinking. It's like, oh man, this guy's coffee is so good, and he does a nose test where he dips his nose in the coffee.
Oh, I saw that clip.
And Richard Lewis goes, "What are you, a fucking goose?" And the delivery of it is so good. Yeah, it's a shame. He'll be missed. That show is so good. I have caught up with Curb. I'm watching it as it's going along, and it's pretty good so far. I'm still waiting for like, they're really in a mode where they're building stories that kind of, they're like episode to episode they build. So it's not like every individual episode is not necessarily as funny as like an individual episode from the past, but I think they build towards this like crazy crescendo, and I can see it start. I think I know where it's going, but if it goes where it's going, or if it goes where I think it's going, it's going to be a pretty good, it's going to be pretty funny. But yeah, rest in peace, Richard Lewis.
Crazy. Funny guy, man. And I just love the melancholy. I love the love scorn. He's always in love. Like it's so funny, man. It's good shit.
I don't have a wife. My parents are dead.
Yeah. Yeah, it's too bad. Dustin, you have anything you want to say about Richard Lewis?
I've only watched maybe the first 2 seasons of Curb, but I do remember him on it. But also, my dad texted me because he was the king in Robin Hood, Men in Tights.
Men in Tights.
And so that was one of my connections to him from a much younger time in my life. So R.I.P. Sad to see one of the greats go.
Yeah, R.I.P. to you, my friend. And you're right about Funkhauser going to Chris, because he was the second funniest. So it's a bummer. Like that scene where he owes Larry $50 and he finds him when he's jogging and he takes it out of his shoe and tries to give it to Larry, and Larry like won't take the $50 bill is such a fucking classic clip, in my opinion, from that show.
Yeah, there's a lot of great. That shows, we can talk about that show forever. So like
I don't even.
But
I love you and I one day when we get closer to retirement should do like an episode by episode breakdown of Seinfeld, which has been done by others, but it would be fun to do something like that.
I would absolutely do that.
It would be fun to like, sit down and like do commentary for each of them, you know?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, that would be cool. All right. Daddy Ice wrote in. Said, hi, folks. I'm back with what has become my annual write-in. Last year, as I asked the team for encouragement as I ran my maiden 15K, and the most poignant piece of advice offered was to shit myself during the race. I almost did. Nearly enshrining Chris in the annals of manifested wishes. Runners are always pooping themselves.
Yeah.
While I'm running the same race again this year, something far more important has cropped up. My firstborn daughter arrived a month early. She's currently healing in the NICU and will be home soon enough, but her mere existence is somewhat of a miracle. After 5 years of trying, including offering a king's ransom to the fertility clinic, we were down to our last 2 embryos. We decided that if we failed, we'd just move on with our lives and chase new dreams. So we asked the doctor to throw both embryos up to them guts and crossed our fingers. You know the rest of the story, but what you don't know is how important the LSM family has been to ours. Sacred Fridays is now a tradition, and your suite of shows has brought laughter, fun, and escape during our most dire moments. We don't know each other and never will, but your team is important to us nonetheless. Miracles don't happen in a vacuum, and LSM has played a small part in ours. Thank you for that. Congratulations to you, Daddy Ice. This is very exciting. The baby is in the NICU, but will be coming home soon, you say, which is great. You took your shot with your final embryos. Glad that you guys could do that. Did you see this is unnecessarily political, but it's like in Mississippi or in Alabama with the IVF stuff where it's like,
oh no,
you're not. Oh yeah. Like it's like caught in the courts about like the personhood of the embryo or something. What a vital service. Everyone knows someone that has used this. And there's, it's kind of funny, but on one hand, you think about like these old farm maiden fucking wives that busted out 14 kids or whatever, you know, in like 1750. But then you think about all the people nonetheless that like couldn't have kids and they didn't know why, and there was nothing you can do about it. And like to be able to kind of circumvent that is really like one of the prime modern marvels, no doubt. Not that you could force it, of course, but like that you can kind of cajole it to happen is remarkable. So that's a true miracle. And we're very happy for you, Daddy Ice, and your wife. Keep it up. By the way, you had said something in here. Oh, you were going to go chase other dreams. I'm surprised you wouldn't consider perhaps having adopted, maybe. Yeah. Adopt yourself a young child from parts unknown. Needs a better start in life. What?
No. I perceived parts unknown as a nice save. That was what I thought immediately when you said that. So I thought you were just going to assume,
you mean like Central Africa?
Yeah. It's like parts unknown.
You're right in that it came to mind that I should say some of the most offensive things I could.
Right. I felt it. I felt
and my mind went ping-ponged from Africa and then to Asia.
Right. And then landed on the illustrious parts unknown.
Parts unknown, right.
Parts unknown.
But really,
I would love that on my license. I would love my license to say from parts unknown. That'd be sick.
Oh, that's funny that you picked that up. You know me pretty well, don't you? Daddy Ice, thank you for writing in. Congratulations again. Be well. I wanted to speak to this. This is bothering me a little bit. I'm going to tell you why. Mr. Hollywood wrote in. Said, hey, CDC. I think we need to have a frank conversation about what's happened on the podcast in the last 2 weeks. 2 episodes ago, the three of you struggled for 15 minutes to find the word of something that makes you have to shit. The word is laxative. We know it. You know it. We all know it. Then last week, when the corrections came in, you all quickly dismissed it as not the word you were thinking of, and that it's ridiculous for us to assume you guys didn't know that word, except that is the word, and you didn't say it. Not a single one of the three of you even threw out that word as an example during the initial discussion. Nobody mentioned it. For 15 minutes, nobody even said laxative is similar, but I don't think that's what we mean. How do you expect any of us to believe you guys? Laxative-gate isn't something that can be swept under the rug. The American people deserve to know whether or not their podcast hosts are crooks. Thank you for your time. Now, I'm surprised by this, Dustin, for one reason. Okay? One reason. I have told you things about myself on the show so much worse than Laxative-gate that, in other words, you wouldn't have to make the argument as to why I wouldn't just capitulate and say, like, no, you're right. Why would I be willing to tell you about the times I've shit my pants? Why would I be willing to tell you about the time that I threw up all over Micah's car? Why would I be willing to tell you all these horrible things about myself? And then I draw the line there? I don't buy that rationale. It doesn't make sense. To have this be, Mr. Hollywood and others, to be a convincing argument, there needs to be a why. And you cannot answer it, because if it's something like, oh, you want to make yourself look better or whatever, it's like, well, that can't possibly be. Yeah. Right? So what is the motivation behind the lie? It's not a lie, but what is the motivation behind it, Dustin?
Well, my main thing with this whole situation is that I have zero memory of what was said at all, both last week and the week prior. So I'm could just come out and say, yeah, you're wrong. And just say that just because it feels good. But I have no memory of this. In fact, I'll have no memory of what I'm saying right now in probably about 3 or 4 hours. Soon as you hit stop, I'll be editing and getting these together. I'm like, oh yeah, forgot someone said that. So it's really, when you're recording, it's in one ear, out the other. And so, no, laxative was not the word we were thinking of, clearly, and it's obvious. So there's no conspiracy. There's no gate here. Stand down.
Yeah, it's like, what is the motive, Chris?
I don't know. I think it's just what has happened here, I think, is that it's very possible that maybe there is no such word, because but it's been a couple weeks and I've not heard any. Well, you know what I mean? Like, I've not heard any good answer to this.
I don't think we put a fine enough point on it last week, because I'm in agreement with you. When I was saying the words that I was thinking of, I was saying that at the best they were misnomers, but I was wrong. But those were the words I was thinking of. I wasn't saying that those words meant what I had been looking for. And I think we came up with the prophylactic or something like that, where I was like, but I know that's
diuretic
not it.
Was the closest one,
right?
Yeah,
or diuretic was the most adjacent one to the thing that we were talking about. It's not laxative. We all know what a laxative is. It would be like somebody's like, if you say, what's that word for a lot of flames, and somebody was like, oh, fire. You don't know fire? It's like, no, it's conflagration. You know, like that's kind of the area that we're in. We're not looking for laxative. Fire, like, of course we know fire, dude. Like, of course, but I'm under the assumption that, like, maybe we just assumed that there was a word for this, and there might not be. Like, I just, because I feel like I remember there being a word for this, and I guess there isn't. I guess we were all just wrong that there is a word for that. Right. Which is more likely than us forgetting fucking laxative, which is the obvious. We didn't say it because we didn't even think to even bother suggesting such an obvious answer. It would be like suggesting fire. That's what it is. What's that word for a lot of flames? Like, obviously fire.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think, listen, if you want to continue this, any of you, all you have to do is describe the motive. Because there has to be a reason why we would have wanted to do this, keeping in mind how self-deprecating we are at all times on the show. See, this is what bothers me a little bit about it. I'm sitting here telling you about how I'm running down the street in San Francisco trying not to shit my pants and end up doing it right before I get to my house. That clears the smell test for everyone, pardon the pun. But when
we talked about blasting out George Washington
1
week ago.
but for some reason, I don't want to admit that I was trying to think of the word laxative. I think I don't.
Yeah, it doesn't track.
No, it doesn't track. I'm too careful for this kind of shit. You guys need to be better.
Be better.
Be better character assassins.
Come on, clean it up out there.
Oh.
Landon Hansen wrote in, said, "Hey fellas, just moved into my first apartment in the city of Omaha, Nebraska, home of 311. This is the first time I'm doing real adulting, such as paying rent, utilities, and other fun things like that. What advice would you give to someone like me who is in a new city with a little experience and stuff like this? Thanks for the content, fellas. You make my DoorDash shifts a lot more bearable. Stay safe out there. I hope everyone's giving you the appropriate tip, Landon. If they aren't, take one of them curly fries and insert it into your anus, and then put it back into the carton. Remember? Do you guys remember using it a long time ago, like probably 7-8 years ago, and shit would just come as if they went and picked it up themselves? Sometimes you would go and order it yourself if you were the DoorDash driver. Like you'd get the order, you'd go order it in person, then bring it. And then they started putting the stickers and all that kind of shit on it to like seal it up because people were like, I don't know. I can't imagine what some people are doing to this food. Nonetheless, Landon, advice. I wish I knew how old you were, but this is exciting. Advice for someone you would give to someone like me who is new to a city with little experience. Sit inside all day and play video games. Seems like a great way to. No, dude, go to bars and go out. You know, if you have friends or meet some friends. You know, I think there's so many activities these days. It's actually somewhat easy. Like around here, a really big thing. It's suburbia, but is going and driving, like golf.
Yeah,
like going to a driving range. There's like a bunch of them. Some of them are like really high end where you get like really nice food and drinks or whatever, and you just sit around and there's just so many things to do. Go to a movie. Go to the 311 reality tour. We should do that in Omaha, the 311 reality tour. That'll be fun. Landon, congratulations on getting your own place. When did you guys first get your own places?
I was right when I got married. So 2014 was when I got my
How have you been married for 10 years? You're like 15.
I know, dude. It's crazy. This coming October will be 10 years.
That's incredible, dude. You're going to be one of those couples that easily gets to 50 years, probably, you know? Like,
oh, yeah.
Which is my grandparents on my mom's parents got to 52. And that's like, I'm too old. I'm going to be long dead. But Micah might not be, but I will be gone for sure.
Yeah. As far as some apartment advice, I guess it depends because it depends on your financial situation too. As far as like when we first moved in the apartment, it sucked because there's a lot of expenses when you move in and a lot of ones you don't even think about. You got to furnish the place, but then there's all of the random stuff. You got to buy cleaning supplies. You got to buy stuff for your bathroom. You got to do all this stuff. So it's a lot when you first move in. But the one advice I'll say, just because my friend Brandon just got into a new apartment. And he's on his own. And the one thing that he's been doing, which I think is really great, is that, and this sounds so obvious, but he's making his apartment homey. He's making it to reflect his personality. I know that there's the meme of the male living space. And I made that joke on Twitter when he first moved in because he just had his TV and like a recliner. And that was all that was in the living room. And it was awesome.
These are the first things that you have to... Every apartment I've ever been in, that's the first thing that's like the TV must go up.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right now.
It's insanely important. But if you're going to be there for a while, make it a place that you enjoy being in. Hang up some art. Make sure that you've got space for people to come hang out. Do the things to make the place yours and feel like a place that you want to be because you live there. So it's important.
Yeah, I love the idea of all the places I've lived and making them my own and the different decorations. And even in college, I moved 4 times in college and you would still like go all out, even though in 9 months you'd have to kind of pick it all up and do it again. Those are exciting times. It's funny because I lived in dorms in college and then I obviously had a series of apartments in San Francisco, but I always had roommates. Yeah. Even when I lived in LA, I lived with my girlfriend at the time. So I've always had like some sort of living partner, I guess, in some way until I bought this house. And before I met Micah, when it was just Rush and I here by ourselves. So I don't know, man. It's fun. It is cool to make things yourself, but your own rather. But I do love the vision of the dude with like the Bloodborne TV and like because that was when I moved into this house too. I had like a TV, like a small TV for my mom's house, and one of those like outside camping chairs, and that's all I had in the living room on like the hardwood floor. I never took a picture of it. I don't know if that was a meme at the time. It might have been. It probably was.
Yeah,
I'm just not very smart. Landon, congratulations. You're out there on your own. Be well. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
Jose Horak wrote in, or Horash. Hello, gents. I'd like to formally apologize to Dustin for ever doubting him. There's an Aldi near me that I always avoided going to. Is that how you say it? Aldi?
Micah always says Aldi, and I've heard that every once in a while. My understanding it is Aldi.
There's an Aldi, let's say Aldi near me, that I've always avoided going to. You can't go by how Micah says anything. She has she has like the most horrifying accent you've ever heard in your life. Like that Western Massachusetts, Vermont nonsense going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there is an Aldi near me that I always avoided going into because my perspective on it was that it was the supermarket equivalent of a New York City discount store that sells $3 perfume. But one day on a whim, I decided to check it out. Not only was I surprised by the quality of food that they carry there, but the prices are so low that I mourned all the money I wasted over the years on food at other supermarkets. I've been shopping there ever since and saved at least $200 in groceries thus far. Thank you for being an advocate for Aldi and showing me the light. I will never doubt you again. Congratulations. Turning people on to European companies. You should be proud of yourself.
Well, I don't know how it operates now. I know they're very different than the European side. But here's the thing that's important about Aldi. First of all, from what I hear from Lockmore and other Europeans, the European version sucks. So yeah, it may be a European company, but we've made it awesome here in the US, as we do.
Oh. It's like a reverse 7-Eleven situation in that sense, right?
Yes, exactly like that. Here's the other thing to remember for the Aldi haters out there is that it's important to note that Aldi in the 90s and early 2000s was kind of shitty. The ratio of, man, this is the name brand is better was pretty high. Like 50% of the time you're getting something that you're definitely getting a downgraded product. Now, the biggest fault of Aldi is just that there's not as big of a selection, but everything I get there is awesome. And yeah, you will save hundreds of dollars for sure. So shout out to Aldi, and everyone should shop there.
Yeah,
Colin, you got one real close. You guys, I'm just going to say it. You guys are fucking up.
We like Publix. So,
yeah.
Bougie.
I mean,
bougie Publix.
It's a supermarket.
Yeah. Dude, Aldi. Yeah, shout out to Aldi. Hope we get a nice kickback.
Yeah.
For shouting them out.
Their margins are so low, they probably can't afford it. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I felt it's what he was describing is the way I felt about Trader Joe's for many years. Like I didn't understand it.
Yeah.
They started to pop up in Boston when I was in college, and I was like, I don't really understand this place. But then when I was in San Francisco, there's one in Daly City I used to go to, and at Westlake Shopping Center, if anyone's over there. And what I realized was there's some very frustrating things about Trader Joe's, but I was like, damn, this is pretty good shit. Like they have the really good frozen food. The one thing that bothers me is the bread, like the bread products. It's like, guys, put preservatives in your bread. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to buy, like they have the fucking finest flour tortillas. At least I haven't had them in 15 years, probably. But back in the day, like I used to eat the fuck out of those flour tortillas at Trader Joe's, but they'd go bad in like 2 days.
Yeah,
like you really had to like eat them immediately. It's like, guys,
freeze them.
Yeah, freeze them. But it's like, put preservatives in your fucking bread, dude. It's 2009 or whatever it was. Like it's that really annoyed me because it's like that was the one Achilles heel. Because it was right around the corner from a Safeway, and you'd still have to go to the Safeway to get like a few items just because they were so annoying about that stuff. But they have so many awesome bread items. They had that naan that was really good. They used to sell these half-baked sandwich like rolls. You put them in your oven, and oh man,
Trader Joe's. I like Trader Joe's a lot, but
me too.
It's their frozen food is next. Like they make. I get this gyoza, this like pork gyoza, this frozen pork gyoza from them, and it's so good. It's like such a reliable meal, and it's like what it's pretty. Yeah, Trader Joe's is pretty good. I can't deny that.
And maybe my favorite thing is that they have a really nice assortment of like nuts. Always. Yeah. and pretty affordable. Nuts have become so expensive. I've been such a cashew person for like 30 some years at this point. Like it's a joke in my family how many cashews I eat. So if you ask Dagan used to say like all I'd ever see Colin doing is eating cashews and like drinking Coke for like years. And cashews have become so expensive. And I think it just happens in the moment so you don't realize, but I remember going into Trader Joe's and buying like pound bags of raw cashews for like $4. And now it's like 10. You know? Yeah. It's like okay. Like
cashews are great.
You can't lie to me. I was there, you know.
Have you seen a cashew fruit, Colin?
Oh, I hate this.
That's the thing about it. It requires an entire fruit.
I know, it's ridiculous. It's so wasteful.
Little nut, you know.
And I guess in more indigenous societies, like where cashew trees grow, I guess that would be in like Southeast Asia and places like that. I'm not really sure the Middle East. They do use like all that stuff, but we have no interest in that. Yeah, it is. It's like the almond where isn't every almond like literally 2 gallons of water or something like that? Like that's so. And then I have like bags of almonds. I eat almonds all the time and I just look at them sometimes and there's like 20 of them in my hand. And I'm like, this was 40 gallons of water, and then I just eat them.
The bag is like the size of your pool for water.
Right, it's totally wasteful.
I'm a cashew person too, though. That's like that's the one that I'll go through an entire. I guess as I got older, I started eating the unsalted ones, and I really like them. But I found out that I'm allergic to walnuts recently.
Oh.
And I found that out because I was eating walnuts.
That's too bad, dude.
And it was
walnuts.
Pretty interesting. It was because I was eating them and I was like, my throat is wildly itchy. I should stop.
Yeah, don't eat the walnut anymore.
Like, I'm glad it wasn't like a crazy, like, I don't know. Some people have nut allergies where they like instantly die. But I guess it wasn't that severe. I don't know. I don't know what my allergy situation is. It's weird.
My nephew is deathly allergic to peanuts, and I was with him once where he had to get EpiPenned. Like stabbed in the leg with it, basically.
Is that real?
Yeah, it is. I saw it happen.
But is it real to the degree that like if I don't know, this is conspiratorial. But like how is it
allergy denier?
No, I just don't understand how this happened. I guess right. I don't understand like
how we developed this allergy.
How we developed the allergy and how it's so reliably fatal.
Yeah, you know? I did hear
50 Cent got shot a couple times and he's fine.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
True.
The implication is that like if he had the implication is that a peanut is more dangerous to a bullet than a lot of people.
I got hit with a few shells, but I don't walk with a limp. I might. That's what he says.
Yeah, so, I don't know, man. It's weird. I feel like maybe if people just kind of like let the. Don't try this. Don't try this or anything, but I have a suspicion that maybe if you just kind of let the reaction happen, maybe it'll like subside.
Ride it out.
And maybe you don't need the EpiPen necessarily.
Well, what I was going to say was that...
Don't listen to me.
Yeah, don't take medical advice from Chris, but...
Yeah.
But I was going to say that I think that there is some suggestion that we are making these situations a lot worse by not exposing young infants to a ton of things, so that by the time some of them get to a certain point where they're exposed to them, they do develop these weird allergies. Because being allergic to peanuts is a catastrophic thing in the United States. I don't know how people feel about peanuts or like what peanuts are in the rest of the world, but peanuts are in fucking everything in the United States as far as oils and just like you can't even go to like if my nephew can't go to Five Guys because they serve you peanuts, you know, or like Texas Roadhouse where it, you know, weird places like this where it's like there's just peanuts around. I even think about it when he comes to my house every once in a while because I use the peanut butter powder in my protein when I work out, and I'm like, damn, dude, this will like take to the air. Is he gonna fucking? Is it fatal for him? What are we talking about? Where did this come from? Who was this?
Aldi.
Right. Understood.
Jose,
thank you for writing in. Sir Boinkerton McDongle Dick wrote in. Said, hi guys, longtime listener and lurker here. My fiance and I just found out that we are with child. I'd like your input on potential boy and girl names for this procreative parasite. I will not be naming it after you, Colin. Then I'm not interested.
Congratulations to Mrs. Dongledick.
Yeah.
Or future Mrs. Dongledick.
Yeah, so your last name is McDongledick. How about Mackenzie for a girl? Mackenzie McDonald Dick. That's McDongledick. That's nice alliteration. for a boy, Marty McDongle Dick. There you go.
These are good.
I was thinking Richard
McDongle Dick. Dick
McDongle
Dick.
Dick McDongle Dick. That sounds like a nursery rhyme.
Yeah.
It sounds like a John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt type. Dick McDongle Dick. We're not beating that one. That's too good.
Congratulations, Boinkerton. Cascada, ejaculate, and Assmore. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? These sound like names from your show.
These do sound like names from my show. Welcome.
Hey, boys. Recently, the Game Awards Twitter account asked what the best video game podcast was, and to no surprise, we're now talking about video games, by the way. And to no surprise, Last Stand and its various shows were damn near every other comment. But it made me wonder, if Geoff were to create a gaming podcast award and Last Stand won, would you or should you accept it? I'll hang up and listen now. Thanks. Yeah, I think we'd accept it. I find it impossible to imagine that we would ever be nominated or win.
Yeah.
And I'll just say, based on the reaction to that Twitter post, that if we weren't nominated, that would be such a fucking inside job that I would make it the biggest deal ever. So if they do go down this road and we aren't nominated, I'm going to make that a fucking gate. You better believe that nomination gate. Just already slot it, because that's going to happen. But as far as us winning, it would be impossible for me to imagine that we would win that. Not because we don't have the most audience members that might be interested, but just because there's like all this internal voting and stuff like that. But it was interesting. What did you guys think of that? Did you see that tweet?
Yeah.
It was. Sometimes I wonder if things are just weighted towards your algorithm and like what you're seeing. And there is a level of that. But I went and scrolled through all of them. There's like 1,500 responses. And I was like, holy shit. We really are all over this thing. And it was a nice honor to see that. We didn't ask anyone to do that. It was just like a very organic response, and it was cool to see. So, and it really was just like the same 3 or 4 shows being mentioned over and over again. And anyone, like our other competitors too. So what did you think about that, Dustin?
Yeah, it was awesome. I really appreciate everyone coming out to mention us. And I think of a situation, what if we did win? I mean, I'd assume we would go to the Game Awards. If we got nominated, will we go to the Game Awards? Even if we knew we couldn't win?
I'd probably send Chris or something because he's there.
Yeah, I would go.
We wouldn't have to travel. Chris can do it for us.
Oh, dude, I'd want to go. That'd be fun.
You could go. I don't really want to go to the Game Awards, to be honest. You have to understand, I had many years where I really could have in good standing gone to the Game Awards. I just didn't want to ever go. I was always invited.
Yeah.
I would go on stage even if we lost.
Yeah.
I'd be like, come on, we won.
Yeah. It's like what happened with Kanye.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
And you're going to do that to min-max.
I would do that. Yeah.
I think the only way we could win if it was purely a fan vote. Right. And even then, who knows?
Yeah. If it was a fan vote, if it was like purely a fan vote, I would be fairly confident that we would place pretty well. Who knows though? I mean,
yeah. If we got nominated and we somehow, I would let you guys write. Colin, you can write the speech that I will go up and say, and you can write anything, and I'll say it.
Yeah, I don't think it would be I don't think we would feel very welcome there.
Right. Exactly.
No. So I don't know that I really want to be
way.
That's kind of why I want to be a part of that, you know?
That's kind of why I would love to be, I don't know. I feel so strange sometimes because I'm a very anxious person and I'm very averse to these kind of like really stressful situations. But at the same time, in a situation like that where there's like a feeling of unwelcomeness, I feel really like amped to be a part of it. I don't know why. I don't know what that is or what that says about me, but I like being in trouble in that way.
Naughty boy.
It's cool.
Don't make me call George Washington. That is. We'll see what happens. I have thought in the past, it's like podcasting really is a major thing in the games industry. It is weird that there isn't a category for that. I'll just reiterate. We are clearly in the top 5 podcasts in the video games industry, and clearly. And if we're not nominated for that award, I will go scorched earth on it just because I will take it as a personal affront. You know, but I think our audience would be exceptionally upset about that too. Like, well, here's what I was thinking about with that tweet was, did Geoff Keighley see that? You know, like, does he know what time? Does he know what time it is? Jeff?
Come on.
Do you know what time it is, Jeff?
Maybe that's part of his decision to just not do the award, period.
Yeah.
That's a fair point. All right. Thank you for noticing. Thank you all out there for showing us your support unsolicited on social media. It makes us look great and feel great. That's always nice. All right. Finally, just a quick passing comment. Brian Young wrote in and said, "Hey boys, I recently got caught up with all LSM content after falling behind through the holidays and into the new year. It sounds like we have more folks beginning or continuing their exercise journeys. If there are any members of the Sacred or LSM family that use Peloton, I have created the tag sacred symbols, so hashtag sacred symbols for them to join. Currently, the group is one person strong. I hope to see some of the family join the group so we can help motivate each other to a healthier life. Thanks for all the top tier content." Love this. We have some sort of runaway train situation going on right now in the community, with people trying to kind of take good care of themselves, better care of themselves. Spurned on a little bit by our boy Dustin. You know,
I don't want to take any credit, but I appreciate it. I was just telling Holly, you a month ago asked me if I feel any different, and I said no. But there was a few times, there was one weekend where I ate kind of bad, and I immediately snapped and thought, oh, this is how I used to feel regularly. And so, yeah, there's just a lot of benefits. So I highly recommend it.
Yeah, I'm so deeply depressed that I don't think it's going to matter what I eat. I don't think that's going to fix it for me. That's just how I feel, you know, just a sort of sadness. Who just texted me? Oh, Dagan emailed me. What is this? Oh, it's for Constellation. Okay, fair enough. I am so effective at not getting email that I don't need. So like whenever I get a spam email or anything, I just unsubscribe. Like I just don't. So I always, whenever I get an email, it's always a little bit of a surprise, and it's always something I need to see. You know, gotta be disciplined out there.
Yeah.
Show a little bit of discipline. I'm so delirious right now. Like I feel like I'm doing a dream version of Sacred Symbols right now, like a dream-like ethereal version of it, where I'm not quite there. All right, let's get into the news. Smaller news items first. This one's weird. Not Your Mom wrote in over on Patreon. Oops. There we go. Sorry. Says, "Hey, Sacred Rebirthers. Have you heard the news that the physical edition of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has the data disc and the play disc labeled incorrectly in Asia? I live in Japan and I'm happy I follow Wario64 on Twitter, or else I wouldn't have known. This seems like a pretty big fuck up. Other than a statement posted on social media, what are other ways that Square could fix this? I mean, I have to live the rest of my life inserting the data disc as the play disc. Personally, for me, it's not that big of a deal, but is it a big deal? So this is an interesting piece of news. Gamatsu wrote about it. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth physical editions discs mislabeled in Japan and Asian territories. So basically, there are two discs, as we know, with PS5. There's a play disc and kind of a data disc, and they are mislabeled so that you actually have to insert the black mark discs into your PlayStation 5, which would be disc 1 second, I guess, and so on and so forth. It's very strange. Dustin, did you see this? I wonder if they'll fix this in future printings and if this will make it some sort of collector's item, although I assume that they printed hundreds of thousands of these, so I don't think it's going to be that rare.
Yeah, it is. It's surprising, but I've seen other instances, not specifically with video games, but when they released the Akira 4K disc, they just forgot to put HDR on it. They just forgot. And so they had to issue everyone new discs that had HDR. So you see these types of quality control issues happen sometimes, but it is crazy when it's a product this big going out and making so many copies. But as far as a way they could fix it, certainly future pressings, they will fix it. But I wonder, I'm assuming that when you put in the play disc, it's going to say you need to put in the install disc. Or when you put in the install disc, it will say this is the play disc or something. So I'm sure that people will figure it out. But it is totally crazy to me that they don't have like a test run of some discs that they then go and put in a system and make sure, unless it was a labeling issue, which I guess could have been part of it as well. But it is very funny that they went out of their way to say Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on 2 discs when they did that big reveal thing. And then they fucked up the 2 discs. So
it's very strange. I agree. This is very dark, but I'm delirious, so I'll just say it anyway. Is 100 years ago at a Japanese company, this would have caused someone to commit suicide. Like literally kill themselves, for like making such a cat. Ago? You think still today?
I mean, look, man, they got nets, not in Japan, but like in, look, all I'm saying is it's not a big deal. Don't kill yourself over this. That's the message of.
I don't know why when I read this story, that's what I first thought of is like, the second, the katana, but then that second sword that's basically only to kill yourself with. I just think of, I always forget the name of it, that sword, but it's not important. I'll never remember it. So
it's a laxative, Colin.
No, seppuku is the act. The sword itself, like that. You know what I'm talking about? That samurai would wear 2 swords.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it was that second sword that they would always pull out. They would go on their knees and like defenestrate themselves.
Yeah, it's not defenestrate. That's the wrong word. The word you're thinking of is the sword. The sword is laxative. That's what you're thinking of. The word you're thinking of is
and a laxative of himself.
Yeah.
Let's see. The sword is called the wakizashi.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. Defenestrate. We really are. This is like why it's strange because I'm also somewhat delirious because I've been up for a while. So now this is an extra ethereal episode. I think it's going to be in the annals of history.
Yeah, defenestrate, throw someone out of a window.
Yeah, it's not the right word. That's my favorite word in the English language, by the way. I love that. I love that we have a word for that. That is specific.
I know, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. I love it.
It's great.
All right. So if you have the Japanese version, take note. I was disappointed to read this over on IGN about Helldivers 2.
Yeah.
It says Helldivers 2 sample cheats are ruining the grind for anyone unlucky to play with them. So you can go read more about this, but I don't know if you guys have encountered this in your own experiences in the game, but I said just last week that I was afraid that the crossplay situation was going to start to there's going to start to be hacking issues, and they're not going to be obviously these horrible, since it's not PvP, it's not going to matter very much, but I did kind of express from a point of ignorance because I don't play these games typically, like, oh, how are people going to ruin this game? And here we have an example. So apparently people are able to, and I don't know if either of you have encountered this. I have thankfully not encountered this because I would be pretty upset if I did encounter it, which is, I guess people are spoofing in some way the number of resource samples that you get. So if you don't play Helldivers 2 out there, one of the kind of currencies are these various samples that you find of 3 varying degrees. Like one's common, one's rare, one's ultra rare, something like that. And I've only ever found the ultra rare ones a few times because I think you have to be on level 7 or higher to even see them. And so they're a piece of currency that you use to upgrade primarily modules on your ship that make your drops better. And so the grind is part of the fun of playing the game to like earn these and slowly unlock parts of your ship. But people are getting in the games and basically spoofing the numbers so that you get an extraordinary number of resources, basically breaking the grind for people, which is a bummer. And because the game, and I think this is very appropriate, you pool your resources literally in the game between the 4 players so that you leave the planet with whatever the 4 of you can carry, and then you carry it all. There's no way to kind of dodge that. And so it's kind of a minor way of cheating, but it is, I could see that happening to me and being like, I'm not playing this game ever again. Like if I go and it's like, oh, you have 1,000 resources. It's like, this sucks. You just ruined it for me. So have you guys encountered this? And do you care? Is this a poignant way of cheating? Could they do something about it? It's, a point of ignorance for me because I don't play many of these kinds of games.
I haven't encountered it personally, but I very, very rarely play with random people just because I usually have a full crew. But yeah, this totally sucks. It's weird because the PC version has some form of anti-cheat, but clearly it's not working. But I wonder, I can't remember. I know we talked about this. Is there a way that you can turn off crossplay on PlayStation?
Yeah, you can.
So that's one solution, Colin, is you can turn that off and then you won't have to worry about it. But yeah, it's unfortunate. If you're gonna cheat like this, first of all, you shouldn't. But don't bring other people into it that have no control over it. That's just rude.
Yeah.
But I guess if you're the type that probably does this, then you're not really taking that into consideration. But it's unfortunate.
It's
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I mean it's pretty lame. I just don't know why. I just don't know what the point of cheating in a PvE game is. Like I just don't really. I don't get it. There's some hacks that I've seen that I think are really funny. Like that there was some video of, I think it was just some guy in a lobby all by himself with like infinite stratagems, and it was just like hell all around him. It's like, that's funny, that's whatever. But breaking sample numbers and bringing in random people in does suck. I am playing for the grind, I guess, but like I really am just playing because I just like to play it. So I don't know if it would necessarily, if I saw that I got like 1,000 samples at the end, it would bum me out a little bit because I'm just like, oh man, I didn't earn that. But I think I would stop playing over it just because like I just like the moment to moment like chaos of that game. But I will say that game's busted in a lot of ways. Helldivers 2 is a lot of fun. I love it, but it's there's a lot of bugs that are like really easy to, like there's a grenade glitch where if you have max grenades and you throw one and then pick up a grenade canister, then you'll get one more grenade than your inventory allows. So you get like 7 out of 6. And it works every single time. Every single door that you can open, be it those doors that require 2 switches or the doors that you blow open. Actually, I don't think it applies to the doors you blow open, but those 2 button doors, you can ping through them to see what's in them, to see whether or not it's worth your time. Like if you just ping throughout the center of that room, you'll just see what's in there. So like there's a lot of little bugs kind of permeating through that game that are very consistent and very, very much not just the game shitting itself. It's just like, oh, this is just genuinely just how it works. So it's not surprising to me that people on PC figured out a way to bust this game wide open, because it feels like, even as a layman with no ability to fuck with it at all, I've been breaking the game a little bit. And it's fun. It's fun to have one more grenade than you're allowed to have. It's fun to be able to like ping through walls. I think that's kind of like a level of harmlessness. There's like a charm to that kind of bug. It reminds me of like the Halo 2 bugs where you would like fly with the energy sword or whatever. And it's just like, this is fun. This isn't really harmless. This actually might add to the game in some way. But yeah, don't cheat in Helldivers. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, it's
just a loser shit. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just don't understand why people can't just play things straight up, but nonetheless, something to keep in mind as you go out there. This is a little piece of history, which I thought I would share with you guys. I thought it was interesting anyway, is that randomly a video leaked on YouTube, as discovered by website Push Square, our friends over there, of LittleBigPlanet Hub. Do you guys remember this at all by chance? This was an announcement that was made at Gamescom in 2013. I think I was there actually. And it was supposed to basically be and so this is what's so interesting about this evolving games as a service, free to play, whatever kind of movement, is that Sony had been experimenting with random shit like this. Of course, we talk about PlayStation Home as being the most obvious, but that year at Gamescom, they announced something called LittleBigPlanet Hub, which was going to be a free to play module you downloaded on PS3. And you would use that to play a lot of mostly user generated content, but I guess kind of a potpourri of content from LittleBigPlanet 1 and LittleBigPlanet 2. And it would basically not have some sort of front end fee that you would have to pay to get in, and then you would buy things and kind of microtransact from that point. And it fell apart. In fact, Push Square pointed to the last time Sony might have ever said anything about it, which was in late 2013 on a PlayStation blog post about LittleBigPlanet costumes. They're asked in the comments about LittleBigPlanet Hub, and they say at that time that they're working on it and they'll have an update on it soon, but it just never came to be. So this thing kind of fell off and no one ever really thought about it again. And then this video came to pass and shows it. And what's so interesting about it is that and I don't know if you guys, it's so funny, man. LittleBigPlanet, especially the first 2 from Media Molecule, are so old now that we don't think too much about them, but it had that British guy commentating voice. Do you know what I'm talking about? This video has Stephen that Fry, too. Right? What'd you say?
It was Stephen Fry, right?
Right.
For the original.
Is that Stephen Fry?
I don't know. I'm watching it with the volume off, obviously, but I don't know if it's Stephen Fry on this one.
But it's just funny that they had a lot prepared and then just kind of never went forward with it. So I'm wondering what happened here. I don't know if you guys have anything you want to say about it, but I just wanted to throw that out there, that footage is out there. If you want to look at it, it's called on YouTube. It's called the LittleBigPlanet Hub Beta Official Gameplay Full Walkthrough. So it looks like they probably had some sort of closed beta. Someone took footage of it, put it away. The NDA is no longer in effect. And so here we are. Yeah. All right. There's another piece of news. And it's that Remedy, our boys and girls, have acquired the rights to Control from their old publisher 505 Games. They announce in a piece, or not in a piece, but something written on their official website, Remedy acquires full rights to the Control franchise from 505 Games. Today, Remedy Entertainment and 505 Games announced a transaction upon which all publishing, distribution, marketing, and other rights to Control, codenamed Condor, Control 2, and all future Control products will revert to Remedy. The Control franchise is in the core of Remedy. Having acquired full rights to Control, Condor, and Control 2, Remedy is now in a position to make the right product and business decisions, focusing on long-term franchise growth. The key terms of the transactions are as follows. Termination of agreements. Publishing agreement for Control, codenamed Condor, and Control 2 are immediately terminated by mutual agreement. Reversion of rights. For Control 2 and codename Condor, all publishing, distribution, marketing, and other rights licensed to 505 Games will revert to Remedy with immediate effect. 505 Games will continue as the publisher of Control through a transition period ending December 31st, 2024, blah, blah, blah. Purchase price and cash flow effect. The maximum purchase price for the transaction is approximately 17 million euro, which equals the amount that 505 Games has paid for the development of codename Condor and Control 2 to date, including a minor premium. Remedy is entitled to set off certain receivables from the purchase price, and therefore the cash flow effect from the transaction will be clearly less than the purchase price. So this is a pretty big deal. And what I imagine, so it's important to note Remedy already has Alan Wake, which they extracted from Microsoft. So now they basically control the games that they care about. I don't know if they want Quantum Break. It kind of seemed like they were never as into that game as they were the others, but I know that it somehow connects to Alan Wake too. So maybe they wouldn't want to go after that as well. But my suspicion here, and again, this is just conjecture, is that we're in a position in the industry right now in publishing where there's a liquidity crisis. That's why we're seeing layoffs, because there's just not enough money churning anymore. The margins are not high enough, so that companies are just not liquid enough to take bets and withstand all of this different drama going on around them. And I imagine 505 Games was probably eager to just cash out and survive to see another day. I was reading another piece from someone over at Remedy where they were saying that the games had basically, well, I guess Control 1 had basically made, yeah, here it is. This is from Remedy's CEO. Ever since we signed up with 505 Games in 2017 to develop and publish Control, we have enjoyed a good partnership in building Control into a successful game that has sold over 4 million units and generated shareable net revenue of approximately 100 million euros to Remedy and 505 Games. End quote. So in other words, they've made more than $100 million in combined profit from the game together. So 505 Games gets out. Remedy controls everything. I think this is great news. Anything you guys want to say?
I saw there's a report from just earlier today that made me think of this. I'll put it in the chat for you guys to see. 505 Games is closing offices in Germany, Spain, and France. I'm looking at the Insider Gaming article from Tom Henderson that they're closing these offices, and it looks like it'll affect around 10 employees. So clearly there is something going on with 505.
Well, it could be that those were all the liaisons with Remedy that are no longer needed, you know?
Yeah. But clearly there's something going on. And you briefly mentioned, and while we're not going to get into it deeply, but Toys for Bob going independent, and there's rumors right now, which I'm sure we'll know by next week, about Gearbox getting away from Embracer. So yeah, you're right, Colin. This is a time for studios going back to independent and getting IPs. It's really, really interesting.
Yeah, sorry, I'm writing a note. It's a time for survival. Unfortunately, it just is. It's a time to kind of batten down the hatches. Yeah, I imagine that a lot of 505 Games activities in Europe revolved around Remedy, and without the need to have that anymore, you just don't have a need to employ those people. That's conjecture at this point as well, though I have no idea for sure if that's what was going on there. But yeah, it's clear. We're going to talk about major layoffs, obviously, in a little while, but it's a bad time out there. So I feel like this is just something that benefits everyone, because of the strength of Alan Wake 2 sales, what they say 1.5 million copies or whatever sold, which is good for them. They are in a position. It's like, I would take full advantage of that. It's like, yeah, 505 Games is probably in need of capital. You want the game. Let's make a deal and get out of this.
Yeah.
It's good shit. Love it. Been saying that a lot lately. Good shit.
Good shit. It makes sense too, especially if they're trying to build a universe. It makes sense for them to, have as much control over the IP in that universe as possible. Control was already explicitly connected to Alan Wake 2, and that being a part of a previous publisher that exists outside of them is probably not ideal. They probably understood that might lead to a potential future. Quantum Break scenario where they were just kind of locked off. So I think it's smart of them to just get ahead of this and get their IP and move forward with their universe.
And it's interesting because, like they said, even though there was a small price to pay for it, a lot of the money they paid to extract the IP was simply paying 505 back for the money they invested.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was basically free.
Yeah, not bad.
All right, 2 more quick news items to get through. Supermassive Games, the developer famously of 2015's Until Dawn on PS4, and the Dark Pictures anthology, The Quarry, they are experiencing layoffs. Apparently, pretty substantial group of them is getting cut, maybe up to half of the studio. And they said in a statement on Twitter, quote, "It's no secret that the games industry is currently facing significant challenges, and unfortunately we aren't immune to this. After much deliberation and with deep regret, we are therefore undertaking a reorganization of Supermassive Games. As a result, we are entering into a period of consultation which we anticipate will result in the loss of some of our colleagues." So we're wishing the best of those guys as well. It's interesting because Supermassive seems to have quite a bit of work, but also they have a parent company in Nordisk as well. So this is coming from above. Yeah, no one's immune. So RIP to half of Supermassive's team, I guess, or up to half of Supermassive's team. We'll talk more about the layoffs in a little while, about the context and what it all means. And the final thing that I wanted to bring up here was this. We talked about this briefly last week. It was kind of done in passing, but I just wanted to bring this up again. GamesIndustry.biz reports Electronic Arts, the publisher, is working on this new College Football 25 game, the revival of the NCAA brand, for the first time in more than a decade. It's going to be huge. So the big deal here with the NIL situation, that's name, image, and likeness. College athletes in the old world were not allowed, when the game was still around, were not allowed to profit from their image or likeness or anything like that. It was bullshit, and that's not the case anymore. However, people feel like they're not being paid enough. Some people feel like they're not potentially being paid enough. So basically, EA is offering each player in the game, it's 11,000 players, $600 each. So that's, a little more than $6 million total in compensation. And they'll also get a free copy of the game each. In return for that, they are in the game and their likeness is there and they're kind of memorialized forever. I wonder if you guys feel like this is an appropriate deal or not. I feel like they could do a little better than this, but I don't feel like it's that off the mark. I would just say like a clean $1,000 per player is good.
Yeah.
That'd be $10 million or $11 million in investment. And if you don't want to do it, then just don't take the money. The reality is most of these 11,000 players will, and it's not an insult, it's just the reality is, and they understand this, is that they're not going to sniff the NFL and they're not going to make any money. So you might as well just take a little bit of money and memorialize yourself, right? I mean, I think it's better than nothing, personally.
Yeah. And isn't it the case with this many players, they're not scanned into the game. It's just like a name on the jersey and in the stats, right?
Yeah, I would imagine that they might have, like, if you go to the stats pages, they might have each of their pictures, but I don't think they're going to be like rendered. There'll probably be like just a bunch of, I imagine maybe the biggest 100 players or something will have their unique models, no doubt.
Yeah, a clean 1,000 sounds nice, but this is so out of my wheelhouse in terms of them not making anything at all to now being allowed to make money. I mean, that's good.
Yeah.
So $600 when you're in college, that's nothing. It's no joke. So it is nice, but
I mean, if you're like, first of all, college teams are huge. They have like sometimes 80 or 90 players on them. What if you're like just the third string fullback or something? You're never going to play. You're not really relevant to the program. Just it's kind of cool that you just get to participate in that. But to people that are complaining about that, I just don't know how much higher they think it should go, or if it should just, it can't be done based on the popularity of the player or whatever. You kind of have to go to the lowest common denominator to get the entire group. And since this is easier done in Madden and in the show and in NHL games and stuff because of the players associations, which don't exist in college sports yet, I think that that's probably a thing that's going to happen. Like a union for college athletes, I imagine, is not far away because of all this.
Yeah. Get your money.
Right. What'd you say?
I said, get your money, like $600 or a clean 1,000 would be nice. It's like a half a bag of cashews. Worth it.
Right. Yeah. Go buy some cashews. Just a few. All right, my friends, let's get into the games that we're playing. We talked a little bit about Helldivers 2. Is there anything else that anyone wanted to say about this? I have a couple of inquiries about it, but we've talked about it so extensively. I think we'll do an episode about it next week, Sacred Symbols Plus, dedicated to it. So we'll have a lot more to say there. But anything you guys want to say in passing? I'm level 24 now. I think I played a bit this week, but I was ill. It's kind of a game you have to focus on. I found that I was occasionally being placed with annoying people that didn't play very well, which was annoying me. Like just like dropping bombs and constantly killing people in the team and stuff like that. I'm like, oh my God. Like, I don't want to be a dick, but there are times where I'm like, I really should just kick this person out.
This is why you gotta play with your boys, man. Oh, this is why you gotta look. I know, I know that you're a very isolationist multiplayer guy, and that's fun. That's totally fair. But I genuinely feel like you would have a good time. Like, even if you weren't on mic at all, playing with us in some way, just to know that you have competent people who aren't trying to fuck you in your game, and you could maybe like even hear some of the conversations. You don't have to participate. I don't know, man. I think you'd have fun in that environment.
Potentially so.
Did
you guys see the mechs?
I did.
Leaking?
It's cool that they just are appearing. I guess they're just testing it in real time.
Yeah, I don't know how they're leaking out, but the one thing that I want from this game is
people are encountering them. Like,
I didn't know that. I just have seen there's like 2 videos floating around.
No, I think that I was under the impression that like people were encountering them in their games.
Oh, I don't know, maybe.
Like,
I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's true. Anyway, go ahead.
But vehicles, even if like the mech is going to be awesome for sure. I don't know how they're going to balance that in the game. Maybe it's only one player can use the mech, or it's only one drop per session or whatever. But I don't know, Chris. I feel like you felt the same way. I imagine that. Man, I just want a warthog in this game in certain scenarios where I'm like going around with the boys. Someone's on the back with a gun, and I know that it would ruin certain missions, so it need to be dialed in correctly. But I'd love to see some vehicles in this game.
It would. The reality is, like, I do think the maps aren't big enough to really get. Like, it would be cool to see Jeeps like that put in alongside really big maps where they were kind of necessary in some way, maybe in a future update or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I'm desperate for a Jeep just because it's so Halo coded in so many ways that it just like you feel like when there's elements of it that aren't there, you're feeling like, why isn't that here? Why can't I get on the gun on a Jeep with my boys? Yeah. Like it feels like it should be there. I get why it isn't. But it would be cool to see a feature where like, the maps are bigger to allow for something like that. Because I do think you'd just be able to zoom the fuck around, and there probably wouldn't be much of a challenge, with the car.
I think you could do a mission where maybe it has a ton of points and you have to zigzag across the map. That would make sense. That most missions you have 2 or 3 points that you need to walk around to. So, a bigger map, though, that would be the ultimate thing to do. But I've just been thinking, I don't know if you guys have thought about this or seen people theorize about this, is that when you go to the map screen, you can actually select Super Earth. And I was thinking at some point, is Super Earth going to be invaded? Are we going to fight? Because you can click on it, surely at some point we'll be fighting on Super Earth.
That would be so fucking cool. that would be sick as hell. Like I'm Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm enamored with this game in a lot of ways. So like anything potential future stuff about it, any potential updates in the future. There's some stuff that leaked about what's coming, about like playable or not playable AI, but like reinforceable AI. Like you can call in the computer to fight for you and stuff like that. It's a really good game. I haven't really put a lot of time into it the last couple days just because I've been busy doing a lot of just life stuff, but it has become just this staple game. Like every day my friends will say like, hey man, you want a hell dive? Every day at some point I'll get a text being like, hey, come spread democracy with us. And it's awesome. It's great. It's nice to have a tentpole game like this, and it's awesome to have a tentpole game like this of this nature come from Sony. It's very cool, and it's very new territory for them.
All right, a couple of inquiries about the game from the audience. I was trying to find new ways to talk about it since we've talked about it so extensively.
Yeah.
Brody Lowe wrote in and said, "Greetings, super citizens. I have been helldiving on the highest difficulty, and I cannot imagine trying to do this without voice comms." Colin, how far have you gotten, and when are you going to bite the bullet and jump on the mic with the rest of LSM? It's interesting because I don't know if it's just because there's some sort of matchmaking component where people that have, because you can I think you have to turn your mic on manually. I think it's defaulted off, which is good. But I have never, ever, 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 ever been in a match with a person with a mic. Not once. Never heard a person speak in this game. And I think that has to do probably something with the matchmaking component of not running into people like voice comms or whatever. Mm-hmm. And so I don't even know what it is to play with it. Like I've never played, and I've played up to level 7. How high have you guys gotten? Or how, like, it's up to level 9 difficulty. I've done level 7. 6. I don't go any lower than 6 basically at this point. Which I think is extreme difficulty. Which, and some of it gets pretty heinous, dude. Like I'm like, this is kind of nuts.
What's the level after challenging? Is that 6?
I don't know. I'll look it up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's challenging and then hard. Hard is the highest I've gotten so far. Just because I feel like it's a nice sweet spot where it's like it's intense enough for me to have fun, but it's also not so fucking crushing that it ends up being like miserable. And also like I don't care about the grind really. I don't care about, like, I'll reach for the samples when I can, but like I'm not trying to like, yeah, I want to go down the highest difficulty so I can get all the maximum fucking, like, I'm playing to have a good time. So I haven't really dived into level 7 or anything like that, but I plan to, because I'm only level like 17 or something, 16, something like that. Yeah. Once I'm 20, I'll probably jump.
I feel like a bitch sometimes because I'm almost always one of the highest leveled people, and there's like people half my level that are just murdering on like suicide mission level or whatever. And I'm like, okay, I guess so.
Yeah. I was looking. So the difficulty modes are trivial, easy, medium, challenging, hard, extreme, suicide mission, impossible, and hell dive. The highest I've gone, which I think I misspoke on this a few weeks ago, highest I've done is suicide mission.
Yeah, that's the highest I've gone.
And I will say that, I don't know if you guys have noticed this. Do you think bug missions are easier than the robots?
Definitely.
Because I've done suicide mission on bugs and it was not bad. Then we tried it with robots, and it was like, no, under no circumstances
it's the range,
is this happening.
Man. It's the range, that, like the sheer fact that they can shoot you from that far away, and that they can drop from fucking wherever.
It's the drops, dude. They just they'll constantly be dropping guys in over and over and over. It's like, dude, it's unrelenting.
Can you destroy the drop ships in any way?
You can, but they come so quickly that like you'd have to like have an anti-tank thing on hand. Probably, I don't know how many shots it would take, but I would imagine probably like 2, which is kind of tricky. And they move really quickly and they drop really quickly and then they vanish really quickly. It's a bitch. But the difficulty to me depends on, because like what I like about the robot missions is that I feel like stealth is very valuable. Like you can sneak up to bases and just completely like tactical, like, hey, you take this guy, I take this guy, you take this guy, 1, 2, 3, go on voice comm, and then you've done it without, there's no bot drop or anything, and it's like that shit's satisfying as hell. With bugs, I just kind of feel like, oh, a fucking roach saw me, and now it's spreading its gross fucking pollen everywhere, and now I'm fucked. but it's there. I've never felt like overwhelmed by the only when there's like 6 chargers all of a sudden and you're like,
God, they're so annoying, man.
Oh, the chargers, dude.
I've become an expert at just like running in a circle, you know?
Yeah.
And then like turning around and just right in its ass.
Doing the dives.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah, I don't know. The robot missions, I love the robot missions more than the bug missions personally, but like they're fucking hard.
Yeah, that's what I was saying is the robot missions are cool. They're visually different. It seems like a built-in difficulty setting though, or a meta difficulty setting. I've probably done fewer than half a dozen of my missions with the automatons. I fight the bugs. I just find it much more satisfying. Not because of first of all, I love Starship Troopers. The bug stuff, that's all Starship Trooper references, even dropping grenades into the holes and doing all that kind of stuff. It's all from Starship Troopers. Yeah. So it's cool to I guess exist in that world. And to your point, because I brought this up, I think a week or two ago, is that I noticed that too about being able to go to systems closer to Earth, and what that might mean is that in Starship Troopers, the bugs do attack Earth. So in the book, anyway, I don't remember in the movie, but in the book, the bugs actually in the book's from 1959. So you've had your chance at this point to
spoilers.
Spoilers. The book was written in 1959. In the book, the humans are fighting the bugs on these various planets that they're both trying to colonize, but the humans are trying their best to hide where they're from, and the bugs figure it out, and then they go and bomb Buenos Aires is actually the place where they destroy it basically, and then it causes like this escalation in their war with each other. It's so creepy because in Starship Troopers, the bugs, this is not the case in Helldivers. In Starship Troopers, the bugs are spacefaring, like intelligent species, like that build machines and spaceships and all this weird shit. And in the book, what's really interesting is they say they're a hive mind, and most of them cannot and will not fight you. So they realize over time, the humans, that like you have to wait for the bugs to either run away or come towards you. The bugs that run away from you in the book like have no interest in fighting, like they're not programmed to fight you or whatever. And then you only waste your ammo on the ones that actually engage with you because you know that they're soldiers or whatever. So there's a whole meta level that doesn't exist in the game. It's kind of cool, but you can see that the source of it is there, which is neat. And
it's cool.
Definitely read the book, by the way. It's only 200 pages. It's not very long. And it's so far ahead of its time. Like when you consider when it was written and you consider the nature of it, it's like, holy shit, how did you... I'm not talking about fighting bugs on foreign planets, but I'm just saying like the way that they talk about things is just so modern. It's so interesting.
My theory, by the way, even just based on how the map is laid out, where you have, automatons on the left and terminids on the right or whatever, and it's like at the edge of this circle. And because you can click on... My assumption is that, the bottom half is undoubtedly like a future faction, I think. Like a new faction that will pop up.
Yeah, there's a faction from the original Helldivers that I think people assume is going to be this.
Yeah.
Or that this was... Hogue is the one, I said this already, I think, on the show, but Hogue tuned me into this, is that... Have you guys read the collectibles, or not the collectibles, but the documents you find?
Do
you read any of those? Like the green iPads? They all talk about like a brewing like rebellion within the human, like at Super Earth, like that there's like some sect. Yeah. And I wonder if that'll be the ones that you end up fighting too, which would be kind of cool.
Well, my assumption about the radial, even just the radial map, is that like my assumption is that it's gonna close in. Mm-hmm. Right? Like that's the natural assumption, is that it's gonna move to the center and then eventually you'll fight on Earth. Because even just everything about the UI design of that map screen like tells you that.
It's almost like explicit locations too. Like I think the moon is an explicit location, and Mars, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there are like, it's very much like Mass Effect when it got very interesting when you were able to go back to Earth. Or wasn't there a mission? It was a DLC mission, I think, where you went to the moon. Like Luna.
Man, I didn't play the DLC of.
Yeah, it's something like that. And certainly, I think you go to Mars in the first game. God, I can't remember anymore.
It's been a while.
Yeah. But
maybe.
Anyway.
Yeah, that's it.
So anyway, to your point, I am amenable to using comms, I guess. It's interesting because I guess it's just kind of segregating players based on their mic settings, such that I never even encounter those kinds of games anyway. So I've never I've never even had the experiential like, oh, this is very compelling. The other three guys are on mic. I'm not. I'm holding this back, or I'm not able to participate properly. And then you kind of be like, all right, this is what I need to do to proceed. But I'm fairly confident that I could do all the way up to level 9 with a good team without talking.
Yeah.
There seems to be a lot of understanding of what you're supposed to do and how you're supposed to play, especially with your loadouts and stuff like that. So
yeah, it's not necessarily that you couldn't do it. It's just I just think that there's like an extra element of fun hearing your teammates chatter. There's an extra element there, even if you're not participating. Like I've had days where I'm just like, hey, I'm not really feeling like I'm not really feeling chatty. I'm not going to be on mic, but I'll be in the game and I can hear you. And if you tell me to go do something, I can do it. And even that's entertaining because it's almost like listening to a podcast a little bit in some weird way while you're trying to survive. It's cool. And I think this is the closest Colin's ever going to get to something like this. And it's why I'm maybe pushing it a little bit too hard.
Close 512 wrote into us as well. I wanted to see if you guys can clear this up for me because I'm not entirely sure what he means, but I'm sure you guys will know. Says, hey, Sacred Cartel, why is it that there are always meta slaves, he puts in quotes, people who must always use meta builds in games, usually multiplayer games, that ruin the fun? Yes, I'm talking about Helldivers 2. I don't want the games community to be segregated into ranks and casual play, but at the very least, they should enable toggles like the toggle for disabling crossplay for people looking for serious or meta sessions. I know this isn't a perfect fix, but if people get kicked for going into a serious or meta lobby due to not following said meta, then there's much less to bitch about and vice versa. I think with the game's popularity and large player base, they ought to quickly, as feasibly possible, implement a system not too dissimilar from Destiny 2's LFG solution to find people doing specific activities and missions. What are your thoughts on this matter? Are meta playstyles just something unavoidable in modern games and par for the course for popular multiplayer gaming co-op or not? I'll hang up and listen now. What does he mean by this? Does he mean a certain level of LARP or something? Like
no. I think he's talking about how certain guns are better than other guns. So, for example, Call of Duty meta is that people really go in, Call of Duty YouTubers will find like, okay, this gun is probably the best bet overall. It has the lowest recoil, the highest damage. So overall, this is the meta gun that people are using right now. And then it will dominate Warzone. And I don't play with randoms, so I don't necessarily know about Helldivers, but I do know that there are lots of discussion about certain weapons just not being very good, which I would agree with that some of them are not very well balanced. But I'm trying to think of a situation where if you get into a lobby and maybe people are mad that you're not using what they deem are the most effective weapons or stratagems, I guess. But I could see that being really annoying if you're just in to have fun, but I kind of understand it if you're maybe going in at the hardest difficulty with randoms and your teammates are thinking, why are you picking this? This is not going to be effective against the mission we're trying to do. So
yeah. I don't. It's hard for me to talk about it because I'm like Dustin, I don't really go in with randoms. I'm with people that I know. Or friends of mine, and we're constantly communicating. And really, like I said, I haven't really jumped into these like really, really serious like suicide mission level tiers where we're really trying to deeply strategize. We do strategize. We still talk about it's like, hey, okay, you bring the guard dog, or like, hey, don't bring the guard dog for this mission because it's just gonna give us away. Or there are certain things that we will talk about, but generally speaking, I haven't experienced this, but like what confuses me is like the part of this write-in that says I don't want the games community to be segregated into ranked and casual play, but at the very least enable toggles. I feel like ranked and casual play are those toggles. Like I feel like that's kind of inherent to what that means. Like granted, there is no ranking system in Helldivers 2 in the traditional sense because there's no PvP, but that would be the differentiating factor between casual play and ranked play is meta or not meta. That's kind of all it was with Destiny. Like when you were just in quick play, nobody really gave a shit. You were using whatever weapon you just thought was fun. But when you went into Trials of Osiris or whatever, and like the hardcore mode, it's like you're not going in there with a sidearm. You're coming in here with shit that's going to help us. And if you're not, you get the fuck. You're like, what are you doing? Like, get out of here. So I don't know. I'm sympathetic to it. I don't love games that rely too heavily on metas. I do like the experimentation in Helldivers and how free that is. But you just kind of have to you just kind of have to accept that if you're going into a mission, if you're going into a game where there's a high difficulty, high risk, high reward, and you're going to jump in there with randoms, and you're just going to bring a bunch of like, I don't know, you bring a bunch of smoke bombs. Like, you have to understand on some level that that's not fun for everybody else.
It's so funny, man, because as someone who's just totally divorced from multiplayer gaming, like I never even knew that this was a situation. This reminds me of blackjack tables where like I bring this reference up all the time where like if you take a card that the book says you're not supposed to take,
right,
and you fuck everyone else's hands up,
right,
like the entire table's like fuck you, dude.
And,
you know,
and to be fair, that is entertaining in and of itself. That is its own level. Like, 'cause, dude, I remember even back in the day with like Gears of War horde mode and like firefight, where like not necessarily because there's loadouts to be brought in, but someone would make one crucial mistake and then everything would fall apart. It's like a house of cards. And there's frustration in that, but there's also like, you know, that's a feeling. That's an emotion that you're getting out of it. It's like, this is engaging. You want to go again. It's not going to turn you off necessarily, but imagine if you were playing Final Fantasy and you couldn't choose the armor or the loadouts of your party members. Like they chose it independently and they made whatever choice they wanted to do. Not necessarily because of what the mission was or what
right.
It's like
makes
that.
Perfect sense.
Like,
yeah.
You'd be frustrated. You'd be like,
sense.
Hey, listen. Or maybe you'd compromise. It's like, okay, look, if you like the smoke bomb and you have fun with the smoke bomb, bring that. But absolutely, you cannot come into this mode without this. That I will not have a teammate without this option.
That's so interesting.
So there's this extra level of, I don't know. I happen to really, really love that aspect of this. And I think it opens up. Helldivers is a great game on its own. Like by itself, from a design perspective, from a gameplay standpoint, it feels very good. It's very well designed. It's very well laid out. It's as simple as it needs to be approachable, and as complex as it needs to be engaging. And that I think is like the most difficult balance to strike with a lot of games like this. It's where I think Back 4 Blood really failed, and Evolve really failed, and all these other like kind of co-op level, co-op focused games really, really missed the mark. But I do think that extra level of communication and that extra level of strategy opens up this kind of like other side of a coin where it's just like, oh, there's like a whole nother experience to this that is like strangely satisfying. It's not necessarily better or worse, but it's different. And I do think it's worth experiencing. I do think if you're a player of Helldivers and you don't necessarily like to go on mic, that's fair. But if you have friends to play with, I would suggest doing it at least a couple times just to get a feel for it, because it's fucking cool.
Yeah, it's
you really
funny.
Feel like you're in the trenches.
It is interesting how there's just a whole world. I mean, this is the case for anyone that plays games, because I couldn't imagine how you could keep an eye on everything. I mean, I certainly don't have that kind of bandwidth, but
yeah,
I didn't even read that letter properly. Where I was like, meta, like what? Why do they even call it that? I still don't really understand why it's called that, but it's interesting that there's just this disposition towards the most powerful stuff. I wouldn't have it makes perfect sense. I just would have never thought about it and how much that pisses people off. So what's this Destiny 2 LFG?
Yeah, so it's looking for game, basically is what it stands for. And basically like you can kind of, it's like a very instanced, very hyper specific sub matchmaking level, basically, that allows you to like, let's say, okay, because Destiny 2 has so many different modes and so many different levels of intensity varying based on those modes. There's like Nightfalls, raids, which are a lot more serious and a lot more strategic. And then there's like strikes and, you know, just kind of generalized quick play PvP that's not really that important. So you can kind of go into this system, this LFG system that basically says, hey, look, I'm looking to do a raid, but maybe I'm looking to guide new people through a raid. Or maybe I'm looking for a team of experienced people to do a raid with. Maybe I'm looking for a team of experienced people to do a raid with where we all have mics and that's a specific thing. It's just basically like hyper-specific matchmaking toggles that allow you to find exactly what it is you're looking for, instead of just kind of casting a wide net of, you know, who else is playing this activity. Which is fair. I think it might be a little bit, I don't know if Helldivers is necessarily that robust in what it's offering to necessitate something like that. I do feel like looking for game is kind of inherently built within the difficulties that you search within, because if you're searching on suicide mission, that kind of implies inherently that you're looking for a serious game and that you're not, you know what I mean? Like there's something inherent to that I think kind of circumvents the necessity for an LFG system in my personal opinion. But I mean, that varies from person to person. I don't know how Dustin feels about that. But
yeah, that makes sense to me. I gotta say though, Colin, you brought up when you were asking about this initially about the if you're not LARPing.
Yeah, because I thought that when they were
like this idea though.
Yeah,
we get into the Helldivers and you gotta role play the different parts. Like one guy's the sergeant, you know.
So I'll give you guys a little background on this, although I don't know how common it is. When I was in college, my friend Kevin had a roommate, and he used to play in these like really serious. I don't even know, like they were like MIRC based like Star Wars role playing games where they all played. They were on. It was like a primitive. It wasn't Skype because it was just audio only, but they would speak in their. We used to make fun of the guy basically because he would be like he was like commander something or whatever.
Yeah,
and he would speak like in that. He was a nice guy. Like we were friendly with him. We would make like tease him about it. And I've always had this vision. So that was 20 years ago, 21 years ago. And I've always had this vision of there being a small group of people playing every major multiplayer game from the level of being that character. Like we're going to talk like we're a group of Marines or whatever. And we're going to like, I'm positive that kind of shit happens.
Oh, totally.
And so that's what I thought it was, but it's not what he was saying at all. And there is something funny about actually, I don't know if we have an inquiry about it later or not about Helldivers. The one thing that's bothering me about it is the discourse surrounding Helldivers 2's themes. And I don't know if you guys have been seeing a lot of this discourse, but it's bothering me that people can't understand that a video game isn't an endorsement of a governmental style or a way of life or something like that. Or
even just having fun with like, dude, every time we're in game, it's just we're talking about like we'll fuck around and we'll be like, oh hey, let's for democracy, like it's just there's a fun LARP to it that is like almost D&D adjacent. You're not necessarily playing a character necessarily. Like I'm not necessarily like, oh, I'm Sergeant fucking Reagan or whatever. Like it's not really that deep, but there is I don't know, the game kind of invites you into that mold where it is like you start using language that feels kind of insane. We're like I'll be playing with my friends and they'll be like, okay, we got to make it to the exfil, and even just something like as simple as that sounds like so serious. Like the idea that you would abbreviate exfiltration in that way, in such a tactical way, is like there's a fun. It's fun. Yeah. It's enjoyable. It's a good time. The thing that really opened my mind up to this entire thing, by the way, was like a long time ago in like 2010, 2011. I was playing Halo Reach by myself, and I was in a team. I was on a ranked team with 3 like Marines, like real life like Army guys, and they were like communicating like for real. They were like focus fire east, and it was so fucking fun that I couldn't believe that I never thought to even talk, or I couldn't believe I never thought to strategize in that way. Because it does just open this extra dimension of just, yeah, man, that is more satisfying than it would have been simply to win, because it's not only is it a win, but it's like a win for like clear communication. And it kind of, there's something about that is really enjoyable. But yeah, I don't know. It's the discourse around it has been kind of annoying, but the game is just so fun, and that I don't know. I find it hard to even pay that much attention to it. If people really think that people screaming for democracy in this bug game over mic are being super serious and not just kind of playing up the irony or just having a good time, then you're in the wrong hobby, basically, because you don't know how to have fun. And
some people just can't grasp the parody of it. It's like,
right.
Yeah, they're sending out all these people to die relentlessly. And at the beginning, they show you the propaganda shots of them winning. And then when you actually play the game, it's horrifying. People are getting caught on fire and screaming and getting their limbs torn off. It's like, just take a single moment to think about the parody aspect. But they can't, you just can't. That would be too much to ask, I guess.
It's people focusing on the wrong, because people see people having fun in the game and shouting like for democracy and like kind of playing the role of like the parody soldier and having a good time with it. And they think like, oh, they're unironically endorsing this obviously propagandistic fascist shit. It's like, no, dude, like you're missing you are ironically missing the satire of the people participating in the satire, which is wild. Like, I've never seen such a joke pop over, like, go so far over people's heads that it's mind-numbing. Like, and who cares? Like, I don't know. Maybe some people are participating in it unironically. Who the fuck cares? It's a game. Have fun.
No fun.
No fun allowed.
Do not come.
It's like that classic drawing of that fucking space marine hammering the, what is it, the sign that says "No fun allowed," no fun here. Or something. Fits.
Class 512, thank you for writing in. All right, let's hear about a couple of other games here. Dustin, you're playing Persona 3 Reload.
Yeah, sorry, I feel bad. I've talked about this game every week for a month, but I'm totally done with it. I wanted to finish in time before Rebirth came out, so I'm totally done. Got the Platinum Trophy, which I think it's been a few years since I've gotten a Platinum Trophy, and it's honestly not too bad. As I mentioned, I wasn't using a day-by-day guide, but I was using a direction of your order of what social links you should do. And then as far as some of the other tough trophies, you have to fuse this one persona that is kind of annoying, but I was able to do it pretty quickly by just looking at a guide on how to fuse it. So yeah, it's an amazing game. In fact, I mean, I'm sitting here, I have Rebirth right beside me, so who knows, but it's my favorite game so far this year. It may end up being my favorite game of the year. And what's the weird part is, now that I've had a few days reflecting on it, is that it's putting my entire Persona ranking into chaos, in that I've always said that Persona 4 Golden was my favorite, but I don't know anymore. It's been so long since I've played that game. I now have the context of 3 and 5, so I can't recommend it enough. It's on, if you're on Xbox, you can check it out for free, or not really if you have Game Pass, but it's totally worth full price if you're interested on PlayStation as well, or PC, whatever. Go play this game. I highly recommend it.
And finally, for me, I've still been playing Banishers Ghost of New Eden. I've kind of softened on this game over the last week, just because I think it kind of, you can see it. It's interesting. You can see it in the trophy data. This is why looking at that stuff is so interesting. Like, the game's not retaining people, and I can see why that is. I'm probably 2/3 of the way through it, and I think only 24% of the people that play the game have gotten that far, and it's not very long. But the game's environment is really awesome. The setting, the story, the characters. There's a lot to really love about the game, but I just think it doesn't, over time, it kind of executes itself a little bit more sloppily. Finding your way around is a little bit frustrating. So everything's a little bit vague, and I don't know. It has not aged as well with me as I thought it would have just a week or two ago. I'm kind of to the point now where I'm like, I don't even really care if I finish this at this point, kind of situation, just because it's kind of a grind. And I want to get back to Final Fantasy. Let's back up. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is out now, as of the time that today we're recording, the day it comes out. I have it downloaded on my console. I'm not going to play it anytime soon because I still want to go and play Intergrade first, and I have not done that yet. However, we had a lot of messages to this end, and I wanted to read them and acknowledge them. Donald Hammond wrote in and said, "Greetings, CDC, first time, long time. This one is mostly for Colin. An acknowledgement that, again, Colin was right. I finished Final Fantasy VII Remake a year ago and found myself not enjoying the experience overall, mostly due to the anime grunts and poorly paced story. After listening to the boys across LSM share their hype and appreciation of the series and your insistence that you should play the original before remake, I decided to give it a go. I finished Final Fantasy VII this past Monday and I was blown away. Even being spoiled about that major moment did not deter my enjoyment of this masterpiece. My anticipation for Rebirth is almost as high as it was for The Last of Us Part 2. For the rest of the crew, how about a gut check on Rebirth and their experience with the original? I've been a loyal listener for 296 weeks in a row and love the work that everyone is doing at Last Day Media. Cheers to the greatest podcast on earth." Thank you, Donald, for writing in. So we got a lot of these letters from people saying thank you for insisting and kind of shaking us out of this complacency that we shouldn't play the original because of the kind of the difference between the games, that they're not fundamentally remakes, or the remake is not fundamentally a remake, but rather a continuation or an alternate universe continuation of the story in some way. So I'm appreciative that people have kind of seen through that, because I do think it's vital to getting the most out of Final Fantasy VII Remake. as far as Rebirth is concerned, I'm amped about it, but I'm just going to be a couple weeks behind everyone else. I'm not going to be playing it anytime soon. So, but I'm excited it's out there. Dustin, are you ready to get going?
Yeah, I found out yesterday that the demo is the first chapter of the game and your save transfers over. So last night I played the demo so I can just roll back into the game now that I have it. And I want to reserve my thoughts for when I actually have more experience with it. But it's I'm so excited. This is I think last year I said my most anticipated game of the year, and my goal when I play it is I don't want to rush through the story to know what happens, but I know that I will start by doing that. And then as things pick up in the story, I'm not going to be able to resist to just plow through the main story and then do some of the side stuff. That the main question I have is just the scope of the game. It's much more open world to my understanding by the nature of what they're doing. And so I'm really curious about how that plays out, but I'm very excited. And I know Gene's review at the Washington Post was super positive. I did not read it, but I saw that it was very positive just because I didn't want to see any spoilers. And the reviews overall were really higher than I expected. So it's nice knowing that there's just a nice treat here before us that we can enjoy.
Okay. Let's get into the news. Big piece of news. This will be the central news item, obviously, this week. Everyone's going to want to talk about this, and it's totally worth talking about, although we knew it was coming, unfortunately. Number one, in expected news, Sony has initiated a round of layoffs around the PlayStation brand, including at certain PlayStation Studios first-party teams, with one of those teams being shuttered outright. As you may recall, writing was on the wall about these moves in two ways, which we discussed extensively on the show. First, the Insomniac leak from last year made it clear that PlayStation higher-ups were looking to lay people off early in 2024, including at Insomniac, while noting that at least one team would be closed. So we had that warning. This was all but affirmed by the second piece of news, which was more recent and came in the form of Sony's recent financials, which showed a thinning profit margin that was no doubt making executives scared, especially considering Sony's CFO will be leading PlayStation as interim CEO beginning April 1st. In a letter written by Sony Interactive Entertainment CEO and President Jim Ryan, who will be exiting at the end of the fiscal quarter, he writes in part, quote, "We have made the extremely hard decision to announce our plan to commence a reduction of our overall headcount globally by around 8% or about 900 people, subject to local law and consultation processes. Employees across the globe, including our studios, are impacted. These are incredibly talented people who have been part of our success, and we're very grateful for their contributions. However, the industry has changed immensely, and we need to future ready ourselves to set the business up for what lies ahead. We need to deliver on expectations from developers and gamers and continue to propel future technology in gaming. So we took a step back to ensure that we are set up to continue bringing the best gaming experiences to the community," end quote. Ryan had more to say in an internal email sent around the company published by Sony publicly, which reads in part, quote, "Through discussions over the past few months about the evolving economic landscape, changes in the way we develop, distribute, and launch products, and ensuring our organization is future ready in this rapidly changing industry, we have concluded that tough decisions have become inevitable," end quote. In a separate letter, Herman Holst, former head of Sony-owned Studio Gorilla and current head of all of PlayStation Studios, confirms that American teams Insomniac and Naughty Dog, arguably Sony's two most important, prolific, elite, and valuable teams, would experience layoffs, as would staffs from various support teams. The damage within the European studios, however, may be more drastic. Not only is Dutch Studio Gorilla losing 10% of its staff, but newly purchased team Firesprite will also be reduced in headcount, while one of Sony's oldest teams, London Studio, will be shuttered entirely, with its in-development game canceled. Other games have also been canceled, including reportedly the still unannounced Twisted Metal game at Firesprite. It's important to note that most Sony-owned teams have not been affected by layoffs. Studios that have seemingly avoided any reduction in headcount include Sucker Punch, Bend, Santa Monica, Media Molecule, Bluepoint, Firewalk, Housemarque, San Diego Studio, Neon Koi, Polyphony, Valkyrie, Nixes, and Haven. Further in his letter, Holst writes the following, quote, "PlayStation 5 is in its fourth year, and we are at a stage where we need to step back and look at what our business needs. At the same time, our industry has experienced continuing and fundamental changes which affect how we create and play games. Delivering the immersive, narrative-driven stories that PlayStation Studios is known for, at the quality bar that we aspire to, requires a reevaluation of how we operate. Delivering and sustaining social online experiences, allowing PlayStation gamers to explore our worlds in different ways, as well as launching games on additional devices such as PC and mobile, requires a different approach and different resources. To take on these challenges, PlayStation Studios has to grow. We have brought brilliant and successful studios into our family. We have invested in new technology and partnerships. We have recruited talent from across our industry and beyond, but growth itself is not an ambition. PlayStation Studios is committed to continually discovering ways to work together, collaborating and combining our efforts to ensure that we are able to craft games that push the boundaries of play and deliver what you expect from us. We looked at our studios and our portfolio, evaluating projects in various stages of development, and decided that some of these projects will not move forward. I want to be clear that the decision to stop work on these projects is not a reflection on the talent or passion of the team members, end quote. London Studios' closure will mark the 10th PlayStation-owned team to close since the brand launched in the early 90s, but it perhaps strikes a little closer to home because it was also a rare team Sony created from scratch. It was founded back in 2002. So, Dustin, let's start with you. We knew that these things were happening or were going to happen. I was a little, there's so much to say about this, but a little taken aback by some people's surprise by this or whatever. It's like we had a pretty good view into that this was going to happen. So it's not unexpected, but nonetheless, here we are. So where do we start? What do you want to say?
Yeah, I think that it was expected, but maybe not to this extent, I guess. Maybe I think that with what we've seen with other layoffs, whether it's at Microsoft or where you just heard about Electronic Arts as well, laying people off, that it makes sense that everyone is affected by this to some degree. Every major company is. And it's unfortunate. There's a couple things that kind of confuse me in that, and maybe this is easily answered and I'm just ignorant, is that I found it interesting that Jim Ryan's out delivering the news. And is there a thing that just for when they were doing the shareholders meeting that they wanted to hear from Hiroki Totoki instead at the moment, since he's the future looking decision maker? That just seemed kind of, I don't want to say odd because he is the president right now, but we're hearing things we're hearing from both of them at the same time, I guess, during this transition period. But we have to point out too, just it's not funny in a haha way, but the photo going around of Jim Ryan with Sony London, just absolutely devastating that photo even happened. And it's just it's sad because he definitely knew. And it's one of those, I was trying to put myself in his shoes, like maybe he was there visiting to talk to the higher ups about what was going to happen. And what's he going to do? Say, no, I will not take a photo with the team that I can't tell what is about to happen. So he might have been in a lose-lose situation there. But yeah, it's unfortunate. It's caused a lot of interesting conversations around the industry as a whole. This is something we've been talking about on and off for the greater part of a year now, just how much the economy, inflation, COVID and things have just royally fucked up a lot of things. And so now we are kind of in that correction process, and a lot of people are getting caught in the crossfire with this.
What do you have to say, Chris?
I think, I don't know, man. It's always unfortunate when this shit happens, and I understand that there are market factors outside of individuals that contribute to this. Obviously, inflation is a big deal. The economy is a big deal. All that's COVID is a big deal. All that stuff matters, but there is an element of condescension that happens when it's brought up in this context, because it reminds me a little bit about, when companies would be like, it's your duty to recycle, and it's like, what? We have the least impact as individuals on this as possible. It's you guys that are responsible for this. And so when I see these layoffs happening, it's like, yeah, it sucks that there are factors outside of the industry that are playing a part in this, inflation, COVID, all this stuff. But ultimately, these layoffs are the responsibility of an overzealous industry that took the wrong lesson from what happened during COVID-19 and all of the growth that happened in the sector because of that. And we've talked about this for a while. Not to say that layoffs wouldn't happen or that this wouldn't have happened eventually anyway, but like I just don't like the idea. It's like, oh well, it's the economy and it's inflation. It's like, yeah, that plays a part, but you overextended in the first place. Like, you overhired. And I guess I just wish it is frustrating to me, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again here, even though I'll sound like a broken record. It is frustrating to me that the people who pay are not the people who are responsible for the mistake in the first place. That is what the most frustrating part of these layoffs to me are. And but yeah, that's how I feel on a broad strokes level.
Yeah, there's much to say about all of this. We had a ton of people write in, so I tried to categorize these by topic to kind of give us a few different things to discuss. But from a high level, I'll just say we can talk about London Studio more specifically in a little while, but not a huge surprise that they would be closed. In fact, in my conversation with Mystic Ryan, we were discussing which of the studios would be closed because we know this from the Insomniac leak that they were going to close a team. And we assumed that it could really be only one of three teams, which would be London, Media Molecule, or Bend. And he said London, as I recall. And I was like, it's got to be Media Molecule, right? Like, but what's weird about this is that Media Molecule, no layoffs even there at all, though they had layoffs a while ago. So there's probably nowhere really left to cut. But
yeah, a
little surprised by this. But we'll talk about London because I don't think it's that much of a surprise that it would be London either. They haven't really shown a lot of value in recent years. But there's that whole component. There is the picture going around. I was under the assumption that picture was actually even more fucked than it seems, because I thought that was at some sort of party for him at London Studio. I don't think it was him. I don't think it was him. That's how I understand it.
Yeah, that's my understanding of the context of that photo as well. That it was like kind of like a going away party for Jim, which is extra fucking like that's mega rough.
No, I was talking to my wife about that because I was like, I find that incredible, and I was like, how can they have not just canceled that? And she was like, well, there's probably all sorts of semantics about that, about like tipping your hand and all that. I'm like, I get it, dude, but
maybe it was a surprise.
They probably knew for months that was going to happen, not especially 5 days out.
Oh yeah,
you know. What were you saying, Chris?
I was saying maybe he did go there. I mean, look, there's all sorts of possibilities to these kinds of things. I look at pictures like this and I see a Seinfeldian circumstance. Always, I always wonder like what series of unfortunate events led to this comedy of errors. Whenever I see a photo like this, like how, like Jim Ryan taking a photo of a team moments before it closes, basically while knowing that it closes, and like it's possible that he was going there in general to kind of meet with the higher ups to talk about that stuff, and maybe they didn't know, and maybe they knew he was leaving, so they threw him a going away party. And he didn't know, and he showed up, and it was a big kind of thing.
Yeah, it could be like very Larry David-esque. Yeah,
it could.
Yeah, definitely.
It could. I try to be, look, when these situations happen, I try to be as charitable as possible because charitability is in short supply on the internet. So it's possible. I'm not saying it's true, but it's plausible. Regardless, though, no matter which way you slice it, that photo is a rough look. Like it's a bad look. It's not good. Pretty not good, I would say.
All right, let's get into a few of these things here that the audience wrote into us about. It allows us to expand this topic a little bit. Michael the Humble wrote in and said, "Hey, gents, I've been asking where the first-party games are for a while, but not because I lack things to play or I'm worried about exclusives. I've been asking because it seemed like a sign that things aren't all well with PlayStation, or in the least with the pipeline. Combine this with the news that Sony is laying 8% of its workforce off, canceling some games, and Herman's comments. How nervous should we be about the future of PlayStation? I think you should be nervous about it at all. I just think this is what I think you were kind of speaking to, Chris, and why I'm a little flummoxed by it myself is, how did everyone or so many companies make this mistake? It really, I know it sounds conspiratorial, but it feels to me like there's some level of intentionality with it, where you know you're rolling the dice that it probably won't work out, and that you'll have this advantage of being able to purge expensive people from your roles, or unproductive people that you would otherwise have a difficult time getting rid of or whatever. With companies this big and machines this large and deliberate, it seems strange to me that they would make such bad decisions as a mass without there being some sort of unspoken, at least, intent of being like, the downside isn't so bad for us. We're still, even if we didn't make these cuts, we're still profitable, just not at the margins we want to be. And by the way, we're not crazy about these people, or this stuff's not really working for us anyway, and all this kind of stuff. So we can just jettison that anyway. It doesn't really matter. And that's kind of the vibe I get from it.
I think it's just an obvious. To me, I look at it as a simple example of you care less about the houses you don't build, and look, these companies have been around for a very, 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 very long time, and they've exchanged hands multiple times. We talked about this on one of the recent episodes of Constellation that I was on, about how Star Wars is being mishandled purely because it's being run primarily by people who had nothing really to do with it, and they're in there in a different capacity as the people who actually used to give a shit about it. And it's the nature of this kind of thing where it's like, yeah, well, who the fuck cares? Like, this isn't mine. I'm just kind of shepherding it. And I do think there's a level of apathy there that allows for this kind of flippancy in responsibility. That is, I mean, how many companies are there that went through these layoffs that are owned by the people that started them, like, or that are consistently informed by the people that start them? Probably not many, I would imagine. And so, I don't know. I just feel like there's a level of apathy as you get higher up, and not only as you get higher up in the chain of command, but as you get further away from the people who started the thing that you're managing in the first place. I think that's natural. I don't even necessarily think that's necessarily an inherent evil, but it is a problem, and it is something that manifests in a very, very real way for people who, again, are just inherently just not the people responsible. And that's very frustrating.
So the difference between forecasting, economic forecasting, and just guessing, and just kind of like flippant disregard. It just seems like we have people in positions of power in some spaces in the games industry that just didn't know what time it was. And that's just so surprising to me. It just reiterates again when I say over and over again that there are people in positions of power in this industry that just don't know anything.
Right.
And I don't know, this is apropos of nothing, but I was just listening to something about this, the whole Bud Light marketing fiasco. I watched a video about there was a marketing. So this all goes through this VP of marketing, this woman, I can't remember her name, but do you know what I'm talking about? She was like the VP of marketing at Bud Light that's responsible for all the stuff, and kind of, she was like scapegoated or whatever, even if it was, but it was a dissection of these interviews she had done beforehand where she literally says, and this is kind of crazy stuff, where she's like, no one knows what they're talking about. Like, no one at this level knows what they're talking about. No. And I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about. Clearly Coors and Modelo and those guys know what they're talking about, because they're up year over year, right? Not everyone is ignorant of the situation, and yet your decisions have caused this catastrophic, irreversible damage to this brand in this situation. I look at it the same way. It's like, if you really are in these situations where you're guessing and not forecasting, and that's the forecast you came up with, and you should never be anywhere near decision-making processes at a video game company again, because I could have told you in 2020 that player counts would have been spiked by the fact that we were all stuck inside. I'm curious if there's going to be if there are going to be, Take-Two hasn't had layoffs, right? They would probably be next. I mean, the quarter ends in a month, and that's going to be the end of the fiscal year. March 31st will be the end of the fiscal year for many companies. Fiscal years typically, not always, but often start April 1st. So they're going to want to get all this stuff purged. So it's going to be bad. I assume it's not going to be the end of the layoffs. And I don't know if you go to the layoff. Have you guys used the layoff tracking website for video games? I'll find it for you guys. It's already basically as high as it was all of last year.
Yeah, it's crazy. I looked up, by the way, it's on February 8th, I think it said Take-Two announces significant cost reduction, but no layoffs is what they said. But who the fuck knows how, things change, obviously.
It's going to be tough for them to justify that when they're going to release Grand Theft Auto 6 soon, next year and a half or so. This is the web. I'll put it in the chat here. This is the website I was talking about. Oh. This is, it's called, you could just look up game industry layoffs and it'll come up with this website at publish.obsidian. And it's a tracker of all of the layoffs in the games industry since 2022, chronicled with links and citations or whatever. So that in 2023, the total layoffs in the games industry was 10,500. That was for all of 2023. And now 2024, the total is 7,800 after 2 months.
Crazy.
Colin, I think about, for people that haven't listened to your interview with Jonathan Blow, the one thing that I keep thinking of that was mentioned in that interview was just this idea that with COVID, stock prices were soaring, and even before that by a little bit. And a lot of companies were riding high and riding confident, and not, I'm sure some of them knew, they're not dumb, but the stock market was high because of the incoming inflation. There were many more dollars being forced into the system via COVID. So yeah, your stock price is high, but it's being built up by something that is going to come down. And the other thing I think of from that interview that I thought was really interesting is this idea that hiring more people doesn't mean you get 100% more efficiency per person. And he even argued that the more people you have, it can be less efficient due to how much harder it is to communicate. And so I think about these companies that were riding high, huge stocks prices, in addition to crazy COVID-related sales. And we're like, yeah, we're going to hire all these people and be the best and be able to totally dominate with the wind in our sails, but not having the foresight, as you guys have been mentioning, this foresight of like, hey, maybe this success isn't all it seems to be. And I wonder too, just about, and this is something I truly don't know the answer to, is that, do you remember a few months ago, there was either a TikTok or an Instagram reel going around about the Google adult daycare. It was like a woman chronicling her day working at Google and how she basically worked for like 30 minutes or something the entire day. Obviously, I don't want to say game developers don't work hard. Quite the opposite. But I wonder if there are certain cases where some of that tech influence started to flood in, where you have 5 people doing the job of what could be done by one person in certain scenarios. It's like, hey, we've got money. Let's bulk up and hire more people. And obviously you don't want to have the inverse effect either, where you have one person doing the work of what should be 6 people either. But
yeah,
I think that overall the point that I think we're all trying to make is just like, yeah, these decisions are fucked up from the very top and based on bad info.
It's just so obviously bad info, though. Like, that's what really blows my mind, is that like I knew this and I have no reason to care. This has no effect on me at all. But I would say, like, dude, like if my business exploded during COVID because we were operating in a field where obviously people are staying in and they're engaging with the medium more, the last thing on my mind would be to expanding headcount. It would be, oh, sick. We've got a lot of influx. Let's do what we got to do now. And that way we have like some kind of cushion for the future. God forbid, like I don't, it's just wild how flippant a lot of these companies are with fortune and luck.
Totally.
I don't know.
I think about that all the time. About just the level. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dustin.
No. Sorry. We were kind of both cutting it at the same time. I was just going to say a lot of this is driven by stocks. The fiduciary duty that it's like, okay, well, you have all this money. You're doing so well. Why aren't you expanding? So
yeah. Oh man, that's a whole podcast about how insane that is. But yeah, that is undoubtedly a huge part of it.
It's a lot of people are blaming. I mean, this gets really deeper into finance, and I know a lot of people aren't really that interested in it, but a lot of people are blaming this, especially with EA, which we'll talk about in a little while, on stock buybacks and how they could have reinvested that money in instead of buying their stock back on the market in hopes that they can leverage it behind the scenes. But people have to understand that a lot of the stock, I mean, it's not always the case, but stock buybacks help refill the coffers of publishers' stock options and things of this nature that they might be able to give to employees in the future and court them. So this is just the nature of business. You don't want to manufacture stock because then you dilute. You might not even be able to do that without the permission of the board, obviously, and everything that depends on the rules of the company at hand. But I just look at all of this and I just don't. I'm a businessman. Our business did explode during COVID, and it's not obviously to this extent. We're not making games like this, but you do grow a little bit and you try to make wise investments. But I'm always going to be really reserved and like waiting for the other shoe to drop. I think that there's like some sort of inherent inefficiency in big companies. I think it just happens, and the inefficiency feeds itself.
Well, I think that inefficiency feeds itself, and it's allowed to fester specifically because they are in a lot of ways too big to fail. There's a lot of ways that these companies can kind of get out of like really, really bad financial investments. I mean, we saw it in this is getting like really in the weeds, but like we saw it in 2008 with the whole banking crisis thing, where it's like, oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, sorry, we fucked everything up. Can we get a bailout, please? You know, these things happen, and it's just like, and there's no consequences really at all. And the way you can get out of that is like, oh, well, yeah, there won't have to be any consequences because we could just like cut like whatever, like 10% of our staff, and then we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We fucked everything up. We overexpanded beyond like what was obviously necessary. But you know, we'll be fine because we're Microsoft or we're this company or we're that company, and we've been around forever and we will continue to be. And there's this sense of invincibility that they have that is, of course, there because they are. We've given them no reason to assume otherwise. So yeah, they're going to be flippant and they're going to be careless and they're going to be just completely apathetic with the way that they spend their money in some way because it's in so much supply. Who cares? And I'm not saying that this applies to every company in the same way. I'm sure like it's, you know, I don't think it's necessarily a blanket, but how else do you fucking explain this level of ineptitude when even I could have told you that this bubble was going to burst fairly quickly? You think we were going to be inside all the time? You thought we were just going to have like 100-year pandemic? Is that what you thought? Like actually?
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. That's why I'm so conspiratorial about it. I just think it's a way to purge low performers and extraneous people and do it kind of more safely.
Maybe.
And
but what's that phrase? What's that phrase of attribute to malice to ignorance or something?
Ignorance, yes, yeah. Never attribute to malice what you can attribute to ignorance, I think is what it is.
Yeah,
right?
something like that.
Might be the other way around.
I think it's more likely that, I'll put it this way. I think it's more likely that most people are stupid than it is that most people are evil. You know? And that's kind of how I see it. It's just like, oh, they're just genuinely detached.
I think that, again, Colin, bringing up your interview with Jonathan Blow that I can't recommend enough to the audience is that when they were seeing these types of numbers and getting high on the stock price and seeing the everything flow in, there is an idea of, well, look at the numbers, look at the data, look at how things are pointing upward. But I think it was Jonathan that said data is only an indication of the past, and you can't necessarily predict the future just on data. So again, a huge misreading where you have to consider, why is the data this way now, and not just what factors brought us to here, and are those factors going to remain, get bigger, or in this case get smaller?
Ryan Goldner wrote in, said, "Hey boys, massive layoffs have hit, but with London being closed, is it really that surprising? No notable IP. The PS4 was compromised of 2 SingStar and 2 VR titles, the latter that pairs with their live service title, which shares the same fate of no longer seemingly being in Sony's desire to pursue. Not sure how much of the 900 cuts their headcount made for, but it seems like a low revenue and unprofitable expenditure if there was one, but interested in your input nonetheless." Yeah, when you really sit and think about it, I think I've been so fixated on Media Molecule's complete inability to do anything, but at least they did ship Dreams. Now, I'm not saying that London didn't ship anything. It's just that the kinds of games that they did for many years are just not really relevant anymore. They really never had an opportunity to do very much. And when you're really just doing SingStar games and then some random VR games like they did Blood and Truth and all that on the original PSVR, it's not a great place to shine. They are expendable. They were expendable probably in just the sense that even the game they were developing was probably not heavily anticipated. It's not like they probably attracted the most top end talent to make the game necessarily. I don't know if it was going to be good or bad. I don't know anything about it, but It does make sense when you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, when that list of potential closures was brought up in the form of Bend and London and Media Molecule, my immediate assumption was London, purely because I genuinely forgot about them. Like, I can remember Bend. Like, I at the very least, like, I know that, yeah, Days Gone was kind of not amazing. I didn't love it. Media Molecule, obviously, a lot of really a deeply mismanaged project in Dreams. But I remember it. They did something. And not to say that London didn't do anything, but they definitely didn't do anything that caught my eye at all. Probably in the entire time that we've been doing the show, quite frankly. So, yeah, I mean, I guess it's not surprising. I speculated that Media Molecule probably wouldn't be up purely because, I mean, not only did they have layoffs a while ago, but I just feel like there's probably very little left to cut with Media Molecule. I just think they're too small to really consider, like, well, at that point, and also the BAFTA stuff too. Like, it is an important studio that you ideally, you'd want to at least give them a shot to make something instead of waste 10 years on some nonsensical thing that was, again, greenlit by many people on higher ups outside of Media Molecule and within Sony in the first place. So there's a lot of attribution there that goes outside of Media Molecule as to why Dreams was a mismanaged project from the very beginning. But yeah, London is kind of the odd man out.
The thing that's sad to me about London is that they were really on the forefront for PlayStation VR. Specifically, they made PlayStation VR Worlds, which was, a collection of more tech demo-y stuff. But London Heist, man, I remember playing that for the first time at PSX and being blown away by VR in general, just because the first game I tried was Eve Valkyrie, and then I got to try London Heist afterwards, and it was two totally different experiences. And then the follow-up with Blood and Truth was very, very cool, but it was held back by PlayStation VR in general. It's the Move controllers that just wasn't quite there yet for that type of game. So it sucks because I feel like they really had some VR cred, or at least some potential, especially going into PlayStation VR 2, where I think they could have made a really awesome AAA VR game for PlayStation, something that they desperately need. But instead, they were working on this live service project, and we know so little about it, so it's hard to say whether it was worth doing or not. Apparently not, if it was totally shut down the whole studio along with it. But there was really strong VR talent there, and Sony needs that. And they made some awesome stuff. And I'm sad to think about what a sequel to Blood and Truth with true controllers with 2 analog sticks would have looked like, because it probably would have been awesome.
Yeah, I get the vibe between London going, Fire Sprite being cut, and so on, that VR is not happening.
No.
Like with internal development anymore. Or at least not. Maybe a Sobeys game is going to be like both. But
well, I think that's also just kind of implicit in the decision that we learned about recently about them kind of figuring out a way to get PSVR on PC in some way.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think that they're just kind of liberating that hardware. I'm not even sure that that's going to be a priority for them anymore. I just think you can read between the lines on that. Although the game one, I mean, going against that, the London game wasn't rumored to be a VR game. So who the hell knows? Kaim Arganar wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, I think we can all agree that these layoffs were not the last for the foreseeable future. Do you think Ben might be next in line in terms of studio closures?" I actually do think that this is going to be the end for a while for Sony. 8% is incredibly steep. That's a lot of people. That's almost 1 in 10 people that work at Sony. I mean, that's going much deeper than that is really cutting the bone. Now, let's keep this important thing in mind. I mean, from my perspective, Sony was in the black and PlayStation's in the black. The margins are the problem. So theoretically speaking, by simply making cuts and then keeping the status quo, your margins will go up, and that will improve the situation dramatically, I would assume. So plus they're going to be able to write a bunch of this stuff down. and do some complicated tax stuff and get some of this money back. So I don't know. I think there's going to be many more layoffs around the industry, but I think that if Sony had another tranche of layoffs, then something's maybe there's a deeper problem, because I don't know why you would lay off 1 in 10 of your employees and then have to lay off more people again when when you're not even. It's not like PlayStation's a loss leader or like they're in the red. They're not. So it would just be, that would be strange to me. I want to be fair to all the different companies that we analyze. And if I'm going to go to Microsoft, if I'm going to talk about the Microsoft layoffs recently and say like, this is a product, an endemic product to tech and gaming where everyone is kind of responsible and this is happening everywhere. It's not really so like Microsoft is employing more people now, even after the layoffs, than they were 5 or 6 years ago. Then you kind of have to make the same point for Sony that it's kind of everyone made it's not to excuse the bad decision making. It's just to say, I don't know, PlayStation being at a worse point where, again, it would need to make deeper cuts than that this year would be. Yeah, I don't think so. Frederico Garbino wrote in, said, howdy. Are you all let down as much as I am that Twisted Metal is not getting a game? It makes me not want to care about the show if that's all we will get. Better off leaving the franchise alone if a video game is not ultimately what we're going to get from Sony. I don't necessarily agree with that, but it is surprising. The bigger surprise was the reporting indicating that the game was really still in pre-production. Now, as far as we understood, this game was in development in some way at Lucid, which is the studio that did Destruction All-Stars. Lucid has since been purchased by, I don't know, someone. And so they're out. And then that game went over to Firesprite, and apparently the cuts at Firesprite are in regard to the Twisted Metal game getting off the ground. It is a little surprising just because I feel like Twisted Metal is an IP that would have some promise, perhaps, but maybe they're looking to, well, they're not seemingly looking to, they are scaling back significantly on their games as a service strategies. I mean, we already know. I mean, consider Factions going away, London's game gone, and so on and so forth. It's just, and Twisted Metal now, that's 3 cancellations. So I don't know. What do you think about this, Dustin?
Yeah, I imagine that they're probably still kind of scared of a destruction car combat game after what happened with Destruction All-Stars. And overall, I know there's a question coming up, so we don't have to get into this too deep right now, but their live service dreams are kind of out the door. And I imagine that they only want to go with safer bets. And I would say Twisted Metal like this, again, bringing up Destruction All-Stars, is not a safe bet. We talked about Last of Us multiplayer, which seems like it would be the safest bet ever. And even that was cut. So it's not, I don't want to say not surprising, but it's just another one in this list of attempted endeavors that they kind of got scared away from, and maybe for good reason. Yeah.
Chris?
I kind of always in the back of my head assumed that this Twisted Metal game would never would never come out. I kind of kept my mouth shut because I was proven wrong about the Final Fantasy remakes. I really thought that those games would just never, just the way that specifically Final Fantasy VII was handled and how long it took for that first game to come out the door. I was like, no way they're finishing this. And they seem to be on track to doing just that. So I was like, all right, maybe I'm not necessarily on the pulse with this, but yeah, I don't know. Like Dustin kind of put it very, very succinctly, where if Last of Us multiplayer was not safe, no chance in hell. Twisted Metal stood no chance in hell in that environment.
It's also worth noting that Deviation's game, I guess, was canceled. That was going to be a game as a service. We're still getting, Concord is still coming, Haven. Those teams were not cut. So there's some of those games coming, but that might be the end of their wave 1 ambitions and see how things go. And I think Helldivers is doing very well for them, obviously. But again, I would just reiterate, not the game that they're necessarily talking about, although I'm sure that they're thrilled with how it's doing. It's not what they're talking about when they want the game as a service that will really pop and make them lots and lots and lots of money, which is what they need.
I get if they're hoping for a bigger pop than this, I don't know. I feel like they're a little greedy.
Yeah, but I mean, imagine it's just math, like.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. Granted, this is anecdotal, but like everybody that I know everybody that I know that I've played with recently, they've like bought stuff in the store purely because it's just like, yeah, it's good. I don't mind it. And I wonder, I'm really curious as to how well Helldivers is doing, like not just as a sales figure, we know the sales figure, but like how well it's doing in that realm and how much that is going to inform their shift going forward. Like, because I have to imagine like this is a fucking surprise to them based on how they treated it at launch and based on how like there's like barely really any marketing. I know that some people dispute that based on how they kind of overshadowed it with foam stars. And that was like a really wrong bet. I have to imagine that there's probably like a really drastic shift going on internally about like how they're going to pursue not only Helldivers, but like future live service stuff. And I mean, you would have to imagine, right? Like that would be the logical thing to happen. It's just like, yo, we've got this nuke here that we had no idea.
I think they're kicking themselves because there isn't enough stuff to sell in Helldivers. I mean, there's the daily stuff that switches in the store, but
that's all I can figure out. What else can you buy?
I think you can just buy the battle pass and you can buy the store items and that's it. And the thing that I bought from the store, like a set of armor, I already had the credits from the free battle pass. So I didn't even need to spend any real money. And the reason why I haven't bought the paid battle pass is because I'm still working on the one they give you with the game. And so if they started to do some cool armor that you can buy, maybe some more, again, we talked about those crossovers, the crossover potential and how well that would sell, I would happily buy a lot of that stuff. The thing with the store armor right now is that I haven't unlocked all the armor from the battle pass. And honestly, it's not that wildly different from stuff that's already in the game. So I don't really feel that compelled to buy it. But
totally,
I'm sure now they're thinking like, we gotta pump up some microtransaction stuff in this because we have thousands of people ready to buy stuff and we don't have anything to sell them.
I bought just the $20 currency pack because I was like, I'm totally happy paying $60 for this. I feel like I got a steal with 40. So I was like, whatever. Just almost like a tip. I was like, yeah, you know what?
Tip
fuck
your
it.
Helldivers.
Tip your tip your Helldivers. Don't forget to tip your Helldivers.
I will say this, that because I just want to put a finer point on what I guess the point I'm making is, to draw differentiation is just, let's assume Helldivers sold like 5 million copies.
Right.
And it did it all on PS5 or whatever, which it didn't. Most of the copies were sold on PC, it seems. We're talking about, at that point, $200 million in gross revenue, which is a lot of money, but it's not really like, that's, I guess the point I'm making is like, that's not even, that would pay for 2/3 of Spider-Man 2, right?
Right.
Like that's not, it's just,
but we're also heading into
to figure it out. They want the $1 billion game. This is not it. This is a great thing. This might be the biggest success they find in the space, but this is not what they're talking about. And that's why I think that they were maybe not believing in it or anything like that, or not getting behind it so much, is like this game has very limited financial potential for us, unfortunately. It was in development for 8 years, by the way. So it probably cost, let's put it at minimum that it was $10 million a year on average to keep that studio open, which I think is fairly reasonable. It went up to 100 people, so it's fairly low. You're talking about let's say $50 to $80 million game or something like that. So right there, you made your money back and all that, and your investment, you're probably going to buy them. I mean, that's an obvious move Sony's going to make, I think. I do want to see how that all fits in. They just laid everyone off, and now they're going to come buy Arrowhead. That might need to wait, but I wonder if they have an agreement in place already. Remember, these agreements are in place often months and sometimes even a year or more further out. We always talk about the Blue Point thing leaking out. It's like that was obviously sealed up a long ass time before. Yeah, it was ridiculous. That was the most ridiculous thing ever. I was like, this is hysterical. Like, you guys just gave this away, and then they didn't announce it for forever.
It was strange. I know what you're saying, and I don't think you're necessarily wrong, but I also think, I mean, based on how the industry is shifting, and based on like not only insight from Sean Layden and elsewhere, that like, I mean, we understand that this model that brought us to Spider-Man 2 isn't the most sustainable model, and I do wonder if they see an $80 million game estimated like Helldivers and pulling in money, and maybe the idea of like, oh man, what is the crossover support for this game? I personally think it's fucking massive, and you could get a lot of money out of this game. It's like, if you can make like, I don't know, $500 million out of this $80 million game. Like, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't that be? In fact, why wouldn't that be the goal primarily? Like, why wouldn't this be the focus? Like, we can have our Spider-Man 2s, right? But we're obviously getting fewer of those in a over a longer course of time based on development costs and all this stuff. So I don't know. I don't think you're wrong in the sense that they do want a bigger game, but I do feel like this could be this is in all likelihood their biggest shot here, and I do think that the potential for it is fucking huge. I don't think it's like optimized in the right way necessarily right now. I think it's optimized in a way that's very, very consumer friendly, and that's awesome. But there are ways to monetize this in a way that people will be totally happy to pitch into and jump into, I think.
Yeah, I think it's honestly a huge fumble, and I hate to say it out loud, Chris, like you said, it's a very consumer friendly game, but think about a game like Fortnite that's totally free and how much it offers for free, and they're able to do that off of the back of $20 skins that cost they cost money to make a skin and the licensing and stuff like that, but eventually if Helldivers could get to the point where this armor set costs $10 or $15 and every 3 months there's a new battle pass that's $10 and a million people buy it or something. It's surprising how little foresight there was in the continual profiting off of this game. And I'm sure that is one of the things that they are actively changing.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to keep in mind a few things from my perspective is that, one, the game was promised to be heavily supported for free before it came out. So they're going to need to figure out a way to circumvent that, or at least like produce enough free content and then say like, we're going to go paid from here and hope people don't get mad about that. The team has grown to a bigger size than ever in their recruiting. I'm sure everything's going really well, but the cost is maintained now. Like in other words, unlike a single player game, there's no steam being let out of the pot. It's like, if anything, like the crunch to make money is now even greater. So yeah, it is something to keep an eye on for sure. Because I will be interested. I think Helldivers 2 is clearly going to exist for years. It'll be interesting to see how they conduct the way forward from a number of different perspectives. All right. Jared R. wrote in, said, hey guys, the gaming industry saw another wave of mass layoffs recently. I'm sure you guys will talk about them plenty, but I wanted to examine them from a slightly different angle. Do you think the perceived volatility of the gaming industry will discourage talented young people from entering it at all? I'm sure there will always be waves of people that will want to grow up and make games, but my mind goes to the rare talent, the people that would be on top of their fields. Over time, will the industry attract less talented artists, programmers, animators, or producers who will instead go after higher pay, perhaps more importantly, more secure jobs? Fewer. Thank you all so much for the content you put out. It really helps me get through the day-to-day life. Thank you, Jared. Appreciate you. We are in a situation, I think, in games where we have to accept that we probably have too many people making games or trying to work in games, and that the market simply can, especially with the constraints of a market that demands forever gaming, there simply can only be so many people making games. Like, this isn't an endless growth field, in my opinion. It could be in like mobile or fucking free to play or whatever. I don't know. But generally speaking, in core console gaming, where we've been kind of caught with like 2 to 250 million people for 20 years, I don't see how you really extract endless growth out of that. Instead, I think you have to be a lot more deliberate. This will get more into a question we get later, but I do think this is going to keep people out, valuable and people out. But I think that hopefully the competition will just make fewer better games, I guess is what I'm saying. But the discouragement is probably pretty real. I mean, the reality is that at 10,000 job losses, so we're coming off of a year of 10,500 job losses in the games industry globally, and then another 7,800 in the first 2 months of 2024. It just bears out that many of those people will never work in games again. And that's a sad reality. Now, should do all of them need to work in games? Are all of them good employees? I don't think so. I mean, I'm sure that's probably not true. An important kind of unpopular thing to talk about with the layoffs, generally speaking, is like, I worked in the corporate world and I survived layoffs, and it's like, yeah, some people you would lose and you'd be like, that's a horrible loss and all of that. But a lot of times it was like, yeah, I mean, you're the weakest link. It's sad that we can't keep you around, but you are the weakest link. And I'm sure that honest arbiters at a lot of these developers would probably tell you the same thing about some of the people that have been cut. That's not for everyone. It's not to be inappropriate or dismissive about the pain of losing a job. We're talking about it from a corporate angle. And so I just think that we're in a future, because I don't know if you guys have been seeing this, like people saying like, oh, this is a great opportunity for people to kind of develop games on their own again, go to crowdfunding, go get venture capital or whatever. And I'm like, I don't think so. Like no one's investing in anything right now. Why would you invest in video games right now? That would be crazy. There's just, no one really knows where it's going. So we have to wait for it all to pan out. I don't think you're going to find many people waving money at people that have been laid off from these companies to start new developers. And maybe you'll have one or two of those projects, but it's why we don't even every week or so on Gematsu, it's like some new big studio has been announced by veterans of this, this, and this. And I don't even talk about them anymore because I'm like, half these studios will never even release a game at this point. It's just sad but true. So I've gone on for a bit there, but I just think it's kind of leveling out. I don't know that we even need that many people making games. That's what I'm saying.
Do you think that the extension of development cycles from 3 to 5 and potentially even longer years maybe allows space for maybe some of that though? Like maybe like I see what you're saying. I don't disagree with it, but like I also kind of feel like if it takes Studio Santa Monica 5-6 years to make a new game, that's a lot of space in between that could be filled by maybe new talent or previously defenestrated talent. You know, I think that there's an argument there about like there is technically space.
So you're saying space for interim games?
Yeah, like just in the. I mean, I feel like we're seeing a lot of that. I feel like we generally over the last couple of years we've seen a kind of bigger showcase of AA. In some way, no doubt, like especially from like the PS4 and Xbox One generation, where it kind of felt like AA died and just wasn't around. I feel like we're seeing a lot of that now. Granted, a lot of that is from like Embracer and all these places that are collapsing, but you know they are there and they're doing okay, relative like as individual games anyway.
Speaking of Embracer, there is news around them, but it's all kind of in flux right now. I guess Saber is maybe going to be spinning off of them now. Plus, we already know that Gearbox is going to be getting a new buyer, so we'll have more to say about all that next week. A lot of moving and shaking. I don't know. I'm seeing this with my own brother Dagan in animation, where he's relatively experienced and well connected, but where he and a lot of people in that industry are just like it's clear that the animation industry has employed the maximum number of animators that will probably ever work in animation at this point. In traditional Western animation, because of the drastic reduction in investment in new product, plus like, you know, advancements in AI and technologies and all the rest. Just kind of wonder if we're in a similar situation here. The reason I asked you for clarification on what you meant though, Chris, was because I was thinking kind of the other side of the coin, which is instead of making interim teams to make interim games, it's like, is there this is kind of crazy because it makes the game more expensive. It like literally makes the game more expensive. But it's like, okay, God of War takes 6 years. What if you just made the team so it took 3 and sacrificed nothing else, but made the count higher and then got the games out twice as quick? This doesn't take care of the margin problem though. And
right. Yeah.
By the way, people were talking about Insomniac and I'm like, it sucks. I mean, I think it's I personally think it's insanity that you would have people at Insomniac get laid off at all. It's surprising to me that you wouldn't go to some other team and be like, the cuts need to come from you. It can't come from the team that actually delivers. Naughty Dog is surprising just from the je ne sais quoi of the team, but not from the fact, like there are people that worked on factions that are probably no longer needed. Like, you can't just have these people there that are you just said like we're not doing this multiplayer thing that we thought we were going to do anymore, and you probably had people there that damn well knew that they were on the borrowed time at that point. Sadly, you know, but
maybe they got rid of the guy at Insomniac who put the wrong flag in Miles's apartment.
Yeah, he's got to go. But but we still everything was lubricated. We knew this was coming. It was surprising when we read it in the Insomniac leak, but we knew that they were looking to cut. And it does seem strange to me that they would target Insomniac, but Naughty Dog less so. I forgot where I was going with that nonetheless, though. Doesn't matter.
I'll just say real quick, Colin, about people, is it discouraging to people wanting to get into the industry? And yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I think I will just say I'm sure there are a lot of aspiring game developers that listen to this podcast, is that it's not necessarily, I would say, a call to give up, but a wake-up call that if you want to do this, you need to be the absolute very best that you can be and be extremely competitive. I think about, and I'm not saying this is an exact situation one for one, but when I was trying to get into doing this, I remember thinking very clearly that there are way more people that want to get into games media than there are actually slots. And so there's a possibility I will never make it, but I am going to do as many things as I possibly can. And even if I'm great, it still might not happen. So I guess the thing I'm just trying to say overall is if you want to do this and you're really passionate about it, I wouldn't necessarily let this deter you, but remember that the competition is fierce and you got to be really, really good. So maybe you're not cut out for it. And it's always nice to have other things in your back pocket. And if you're a programmer or an artist, luckily there are a lot of options, but don't let it get you down too much.
Dude,
use it to fuel you.
It's just the luck of the draw too, right? Like,
yeah,
finding the really secure place. That's why I think if you found a job at Insomniac, like, certainly we are safe. And I would have made that assumption about you too. I think the one major thing that people don't take into account, though, and we'll get more into this with EA when we talk about them, is just a major portion of the profits of a game like Spider-Man, even if it sells, goes to the license holder. People really forget about that. Larian, I said this earlier, Larian made something like, or had to pay something like $100 million to Wizards of the Coast, who had nothing to do with Baldur's Gate, just based on the license. And we know that it was a similar sort of like $100,000 or $100 million-ish fee for Spider-Man Go. So it's like, that's the double-edged sword of being so license focused, and it sucks. They are license focused forever now, through the mid 2030s. It turns everything upside down for them over there, and it's a real shame. But I just think, well, this goes into this letter from another listener, and we'll get more into another point I want to make that's similar. Skipping ahead a little bit here, Louis Charles Desjardins, maybe son of Montreal Canadiens great Eric Desjardins, says, "Hey, Sacred Crew, I'm a longtime listener and a brand new Patreon member. While I'm mostly writing this to force Colin to try and fail to properly pronounce my very French Canadian name, I think I did pretty good. I also have a more serious inquiry. You have a serious injury too, being French Canadian and all. In light of PlayStation joining the thousands of layoffs and countless canceled projects in the games industry, I find it baffling that Colin is seemingly the only pundit pointing out the insane number of game releases. Everyone is so focused on the cost of making games, but it's obvious to me that the constant overflow of new games is hurting everyone's sales. I think that this market correction is not only necessary, but will be beneficial in the long run for the industry, aside from people losing their jobs, of course. What say you? Thank you for the endless amount of entertainment you guys bring." Louis Charles, I think that this is a really, really important point, and something that needs to be underlined. There are too many games, period.
Yeah.
Way too many, by orders, not in one order, but orders of magnitude, too many games. In a situation where there are 16,000 or something games coming to Steam a year, you want to see that number 3,000 to 4,000, maybe. And that would be like at the maximalist, libertarian, laissez-faire Steam marketplace. I'm not talking about that on like PlayStation Network or something like that. I'm talking about having barriers enough where you're getting rid of like 3/5 of your games at the least. And that is a major part of it. That's why there's so little investment now in games, like outside of these new teams sprouting or whatever, because there's like, who's going to buy this shit when there's just too much of it? I try to put my money where I always say it. I put my money where my mouth is with games because I feel like it's important. A lot of people cannot do that. And by the way, a lot of people shouldn't do that because they don't have the fucking time to play all these games anyway. It's ridiculous that you're demanded to make this. I brought this up in the past. The NES had fucking 800 games. How is it that we love this machine so much?
Yeah.
And Dagan brings up too, it's like N64 had like half of that. And I'm not saying these are like Marvel. I mean, the NES is my favorite machine ever, but the PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, these are better machines. I mean, with more robust catalogs of games, and that's awesome. But it goes to show you that some sort of control of the like walling your garden a little bit better can benefit everyone. Where basically Nintendo games sold universally because there just weren't that many options. And you were eager to get like the next new game. Now, I'm not saying we need to go back to that extreme where Sony or where Nintendo was like cajoling their publishers not to publish too much a year and all of the rest, but there are too many games, and a product of there being too many games or too few sales of too many games. And then there are too many studios that can't be supported. This is all interconnected. The gut instinct shouldn't be for people to say like, oh, we need to find places for I understand that from a human perspective of finding positions for everyone that's lost their jobs, all of that, that's an ideal, but it's not really sustainable. What we really should be seeking is something more sustainable. And what's more sustainable is a marketplace of AA and AAA studios with some major publishers and console holders better managing their flow of content so that they don't cannibalize each other. They're hurting each other, but they're hurting themselves. So it's a major problem. Do you agree, Dustin?
Yeah, and I think there's an element too, thinking about live service games and how that's affected sales of other games. I think of kids in my family that they're not really playing new releases because they're hopping on and they're playing Fortnite, or they buy Call of Duty once a year and maybe a few other games where it was different when we were growing up. Just that, sure, there were multiplayer games for Chris and I, like we'd play Halo 2 and stuff like that. And that would maybe dominate a bunch of our time that we wouldn't need to go out and seek buying new games at that time because we had the one game, but we were still really focused on new releases. And I'm not saying everyone's like that, but when you see something as massive as Fortnite and Roblox, or these platforms that kids are, and not just kids too, like I said, adults with Call of Duty, there's less of a need to go out and buy a new game because you are committed to this live service game and that fulfills your gaming needs. And so unfortunately, there needs to be a market shift adjusting to that as well. It's just that there are a large subsect of gamers that just don't need to go out and purchase stuff because they're happy playing Fortnite.
I would also argue that like our idea of how many people there are in the world who play games is very, very overstated. Like I think I'll put it this way. I think a lot of people who play Fortnite probably play other video games, but I wouldn't be surprised if like a sizable percentage of people who play Fortnite only play Fortnite and that's it. And that's really their only, like I would argue that like a lot of people who play Fortnite probably don't even really play video games. I wouldn't even be surprised to learn that. You know what I mean? I don't have any data on that or anything, but like I know for a fact there are some kids in my family who, you know, they play Fortnite and they don't really dabble in anything else. There are others who like, my niece and nephews who I specifically indoctrinated and tried to get them to play as much as possible. But people that I had no influence on, I see it. It's just like it's literally just Fortnite or like just Roblox, and they don't know what the fuck Dead Space is. They don't know what they don't know Final Fantasy at all. And so like I wonder how much of that audience is even really emblematic of the industry and interest in it. You know, there's a conversation to be had there, especially with its like availability on mobile and elsewhere, and I don't know.
A couple more inquiries to get into. Let's see here. Yeah, Matt Liu wrote in. By the way, 2 L's in Liu. I just feel like it's just not necessary, really.
Yeah.
Says, hi, CC. I'll save the D for later. Firstly, I want to point out the disappointment I feel with the layoffs we've recently seen and wish everyone finds a new role soon. Secondly, can we be realistic? Companies overhired during COVID and unfortunately can't facilitate the workforce at their business. In my industry, marketing, when I see a fellow marketer lose their job, they have a portfolio ready. Why don't I see this from people in the games industry just post feelings sorry for themselves on social media? Were these people that essential, or were most sitting around doing nothing with the minority of staff being laid off valuable, but were let go due to high salaries, etc.? Anyway, thank you all. I wanted to bring this question up, Matt, in some sense, because I do want to state that we can't, though the market reacted a certain way, the buck stops with the decision makers at the companies. Like, we can't say like, well, what can they do? They overhired. It's like, yeah, they overhired. Like, they did ultimately make the bad decisions. I just don't want to let the power brokers off the hook, just because I think that there's a lot of naturalistic economic reasons why a smaller gaming development footprint would make a lot of sense and be more sustainable. It still doesn't mean that it wasn't the responsibilities of the decision makers. I just thought it would be important for me to underline that. Let's see here. Deontay Shepard wrote in, said, hey, CDC, is the Sony style game potentially the worst thing to happen to PlayStation? The games are amazing, yes, but the ballooning budgets that come with making them have become something of an albatross for the company. Will we ever see a first party game made for less than $100 million again? Love the show. I don't think so. It's like, this is a chicken and the eggs sort of situation, or like those games facilitated Sony's rise to prominence in the PS3 and post PS3 era. I don't think that they would want to get rid of those. I think they just have really let costs get out of control in a major way. And I think it was especially pronounced on Spider-Man 2, again, just because of the licensing stuff, especially because though it was a $300 million budget, you're looking at really, you have to make like more like $450 million to make your money back, because you still have to pay your license fees and all of the rest. So, Dustin, what do you think about this? Do you think the Sony style game is actually the worst thing that could have happened to them, since it put them in this particular lane? I feel like this is a lane that they're very glad to be in. They just lost control.
Yeah, man, you bring up the Spider-Man 2 budget, and I saw a list of how much Last of Us Part 2 cost versus Spider-Man 2. And obviously those are really different games, but you have to wonder where was it $100 million more or something like that? Like, where does that money go to? Especially, and I'm not saying that Spider-Man 2 isn't improved over the first game. Clearly it is in many ways. Look around, the density of the city, the new areas and stuff, but is it equivalent to that amount more of the budget? And what things they can do to try to get more use out of the assets and the different things that they create. I think of some people have pointed out with Yakuza as a franchise has been really smart about reusing things from previous games and taking a more iterative style approach to game development. And I appreciate and like ambition in development. I think that's very important in order to keep the industry moving forward. But at the same time, there are certain situations where you maybe don't need to go as hard. And I think that one of the good options, and something I really like, is the smaller interstitial games that we've seen that use the assets from the previous game, whether it's Miles Morales or the Uncharted Lost Legacy, stuff like that. I think is a really neat way to expand and use a lot of what you've already created in order to make something new and provide something that people have really liked in those situations.
Yeah. Sergio, did you have something to say, Chris?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard you coming in. I'm hearing things now. That's how fucking messed up I am right now.
I exhaled a little bit.
Oh, okay. Sergio Pena wrote in and said, hello, gentlemen. What do you make of the Herman Hulse quote regarding needing to stick to narrative-driven stories and the possible hinting of the live service direction as being a bust? Holst, quote, delivering the immersive narrative-driven stories that PlayStation Studios is known for at the quality bar that we aspire to requires a reevaluation of how we operate, end quote. This to me sounds like direct shade at the Jim Ryan decisions on the live service initiative that is clearly not working and the need to pivot away from that. With now 3 canceled live service games in The Last of Us Online, Twisted Metal at Firesprite, and now the Sony London live service game, it sounds like Sony is trying to dig their way out of this failed initiative that has wasted years of development time and potentially hundreds of millions of dollars. Thanks for all the great content. Is this what you wanted to get to earlier, Dustin? This was the inquiry that you were eyeing?
Potentially. But yeah. As far as the live service games, is this Herman Hulse quote directly throwing shade at Jim Ryan? Maybe a little bit, but I think I read it more as we want to do these big budget games that are high quality, but we've let the budgets get out of control specifically. Sure, yeah, I think you can definitely point to these live service projects as like, yeah, maybe maybe we went a little too hard trying to figure this out. And then when you calculate these 3 different failures and maybe other stuff that we don't even know about, that's a lot of wasted time and money. So it's definitely unfortunate when you think about the opportunity cost of what could have been made instead of trying to chase this trend. And dude, it's so funny. We've mentioned this many, many times, but just how Helldivers seemingly landed in the lap. We were joking when we were playing together. It's the Homelander meme when he's like looking around and kind of has like the half smile, like, I guess we did it. We made the live service game. We're not really ready for it. So I imagine though that there definitely is a big reevaluation. And now that Jim Ryan is on his way out and now they need to make all these cost cutting measures, it's how do we do the safe thing, but do it in a way that is more sustainable? Because every time we make one now, it costs more money than the previous one. And sure, that's going to be partially due to inflation, which is happening all over the place. But are we doing this in a way that isn't efficient? Is there ways that we can optimize? And as you said, Colin, we don't necessarily want to let the economic side and the corporate side off scot-free. But there is an argument too that it's like, we maybe had too many people doing things that could have been done by way less.
I do think it's important to note the context. I'm surprised. I mean, you're trying to make a point here, I guess, in your letter, but he says, quote, delivering the immersive narrative-driven narrative-driven stories that PlayStation Studios is known for at the quality bar that we aspire to requires a reevaluation of how we operate. Delivering and sustaining social online experiences, allowing PlayStation gamers to explore our worlds in different ways, as well as launching games on additional devices such as PC and mobile, requires a different approach and different resources. So the next sentence is about their online games. Like, I don't think that. Yeah, I think they fully realize. I believe fully that they're excited probably about a few of them. Concord, maybe at Firewalk, and then you have
Fair Games
over right at Haven, and maybe that's the end of all of it. But they know that. I don't know. I just totally disagree with this notion that Sony doesn't need to play around in that space. Like, they must play around in that space, and they're going to play around in that space. It's just going to be a much more limited and much less chaotic, more focused approach. But this idea that Sony should just make single player games is nuts. It's been nuts the entire time they were doing it. It was stupid. They should have always been investing in multiplayer games. They got way too caught up in these single player games that I think that was Sony has some sort of heritage in multiplayer going all the way back to the very beginning. Twisted Metal is an iconic multiplayer game that launched with PS1 in the West. At some point you have to, I think, just look at, I don't know, why cede ground to your competitors. It's what we always say about Nintendo. You see this massive success story that all of your competitors are experiencing in some different way. And you have some of those games on your console and you know full well because you have the data. You don't have to hear secondhand stories or read about it in the paper. You're seeing it. They're seeing it on their dashboard. There's just no way you ignore it. I think they just got too excited about the potential of fully capturing it when I think the most you can really aspire to is to capture a piece of it and just hold it. Like one piece of it, a Grand Theft Auto Online, a Fortnite, an Apex Legends or a Roblox, like just some beachhead. Helldivers is like a ship in space orbiting around the planet you want to land on. They need to go get a piece of the land, but they can't get the whole thing. And I think that's kind of where they were coming from, is like, why don't we dump our money from single player games into a complete assault on the multiplayer front? I'm like, that's kind of cool in the boardroom when you're figuring it out. It's like, what if we completely fucking changed everything? And it's like, yeah, okay. Sounds fun. But then when you get into the trenches and you realize, okay, and I'm just talking out of my ass here, but it's like, okay, 2 of the games aren't very good at all. One of these teams is totally dysfunctional. One of these, we're going to have to get rid of some of these teams. These guys left from this team. And before you know it, you have 2 of the games left.
Right.
There could be some argument that the only reason that they even have a game like Helldivers is because of the shotgun approach. But I don't know. I think they need to find a better balance, but there's got to be a balance. And it should be a balance, by the way, of single player games running the gamut from very AAA to probably high AA. I don't think they should go any lower than that either. But on the multiplayer front, I think it should be all AAA, basically, as much as possible. Because you want to make your shots count, right?
Yeah. Well, what's AAA in multiplayer, though? You know what I mean? I feel like...
Well, a game with lots of money behind it, like licenses and constant updates and hot fixes and things that are very well attended to, like a Fortnite or an Apex Legends. I think these are decidedly AAA, don't you think?
Yeah. I guess it's more about feel in the multiplayer space, where there's some, like, I would argue that Helldivers 2 feels like, not that it feels AAA, but it's probably like the most fun I've had in a multiplayer game in a very, very long time, to the point where I almost question whether or not it matters. That it's not, like, I feel like AAA matters a lot more in single player space than it does necessarily in multiplayer. As far as like a quality control metric goes, you know, like, because like what value does every blade of grass in a Call of Duty level looking fucking photorealistic really lend to the multiplayer experience that is worth the sacrifice of making that happen, versus Helldivers, which has like NPCs with like really like dead-eyed stares, and you know, there's clearly not a ton of polish in Helldivers, but it's also their biggest splash in this entire genre, basically in forever. And personally, as somebody who spends a lot of time in multiplayer, it's fucking great. So I know what you're saying, and I don't think you're necessarily wrong, but I do think there's a space to explore in AA with multiplayer that could just be as successful, if not more so, than some of the AAA effort that they would otherwise expend on some of their single player titles, I guess. Because the success that you need for multiplayer isn't the areas that you need to succeed in multiplayer are not the areas that you need to succeed in single player to draw an audience. It just needs to be fun, and that's it. Whereas, like, I feel like single player stuff, like, we even saw it with like the Halo Infinite like reveal trailer, where they paused on the fucking gorilla. They paused on Craig or whatever. It's like, that doesn't look fucking real. I think about that all the time, because I think of like, man, they spent the whole year making that gorilla look better when they could have like put Forge in or something. You know what I mean? You know, that's a really like boiled down version of the argument. Obviously, game development doesn't work that way, but I just think the focus needs to be readjusted. I think multiplayer requires fun over polish, and I think single player is almost kind of the opposite.
Final inquiry before we move on to the next layoff story, which we can get through a lot quicker, is Kyle San, who says, "Hey guys, do you believe Crying Jim's hand has been forced to be the bearer of the most recent bad news? Since many of these recent moves are deconstruction of his vision, can we read into future strategies in the new era? PlayStation is no stranger to bad PR cycles in recent years. Aside from the bad, can we find any upside for the PlayStation fan in the shift of direction?" I mean, definitely. This is not a dark time to be a PlayStation fan by any stretch of the imagination. And any kind of, I understand the worry about it. We've talked about it extensively on the show before anyone else was really talking about it, because we weren't waiting for someone to write a story somewhere and then regurgitate it. We were looking at the financials ourselves, and we were like, margins are getting thin, you know, but the reality is the margins are still positive. They're in the black. They release great games. Their console is selling very briskly. Sony itself is a very strong company with lots of different diverse revenue sources, especially in entertainment, where it seems to have a very huge foothold in TV, music, movies, and so on. And I just, for younger or newer PlayStation fans or people that just weren't connected or don't remember, like, go read the financial statements from like late 2006 through 2008. And then compare just percentage numbers of like growth or loss or whatever to what's going on now. And you'll find that we're in very different situations with this company. So I just don't think there's any mid to long-term worry at all. I think there's a mid to long-term worry in other ways for all of these companies about predicting appropriately the future of games, distribution of games. and where you buy them and have them or whatever. And that's why there's a race to kind of lock you down. It's something Phil Spencer himself says, and it's true, is like people are more permanently locked down to their places than ever because of their digital library. So this is a race to make this as permanent as possible. And Sony's bet on that, and they better hope that it works. And so in the mid and long term, that could be a huge problem for them. But I don't think there's no indication. I just feel like we're ignoring the reality, like the current reality of how good PlayStation 5 actually is sometimes. Look at all the games that just have come out in recent weeks and months and are going to be coming out in the months to come. It's pretty good time. I feel like there's not very much to worry about. But I think
it's not first party, Colin.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I don't care. I listen, I love my first party games too. But when I look at a game and try to judge it for its value to me as a player, I don't really look at it through that lens. I don't understand that. It's nice, it's cool, but it's really not relevant to me. It's relevant to Sony and it's relevant to the ecosystem largely. But the lack of first party games the trajectory of PS5 sales are now above PS4's, meaning that in a total amount of equivalent time, it will sell more units. And it's doing that without the games in quotes. I just think that that's completely divorced from reality. It's a mark of the changing times where you don't need those constant hits. That's why I keep saying it feels like the PS2 era.
I think it's also worth assessing if you're kind of paying attention to this and you're kind of worried or whatever. I think it's worth assessing, like think about the last 10 years of games and think about any individual year within that 10-year span and count how many times a first party game has been your favorite game of that year. And it's probably a pretty good chance that it's pretty down the middle. Like there's probably like some years where a first party game isn't your favorite game of that year. There's probably many times where, maybe it is, but like it's not 100% of the time. It's not like unanimously important in the grand scheme. As long as they come eventually, like that's great. That definitely gives the platform some semblance of an identity and a culture. That's definitely true. Nobody's devaluing the importance of them, but I don't know. I'm sure it's happened recently, but I can't remember the last time a first party game of any of the big three have been my favorite game of the year. Or
Last of Us Part 2, I think would be that for me, which would be 2020.
Yeah.
I don't think there's been one since then, right? I don't think so. There's only been like 4 first party games since then at all. So
right. But even in years before that, like no one was like, oh, The Order is great.
Hey, easy now. So it was definitely not my favorite game of the year.
That was a bad year, though, to be fair, right? So whatever.
That game was over by the time you even started it. I was like, oh my god, it's already the ending credits.
I mean, dude, like even just like Elden Ring and Baldur's Gate in the last couple years, those are undoubtedly like the sweeping success stories of the biggest games ever, and that everybody fucking loves. And neither of those are first party at all. So like, I don't know. I just think people need to reevaluate like in what ways first party is important. Because I think there's maybe, I don't think people really understand the ways in which they're important. They're important to the machine and they're important to the culture, but they're not the meat of what you're consuming on these platforms by any stretch of the imagination.
All right, let's move on to number 2. I originally had this kind of folded into the original story, but then a lot of news broke out of it, and so I figured we would just separate it. Number 2, of course, the layoffs have hardly begun or stopped with Sony. And just a day after PlayStation announced it was cutting 8% of its staff, megalithic publisher Electronic Arts revealed it was cutting 5% of its workforce, affecting somewhere approaching 700 people around the world. We actually wouldn't delve into this news on its own in the larger news item, however, except for that the layoffs came alongside a proclamation from longtime EA CEO Andrew Wilson that his company would be heavily modifying its approach moving forward, including canceling in-production games and even closing one of its studios outright before it even launched a product. In a letter posted to EA's website, Wilson noted in part, quote, "We are leading through an accelerating industry transformation where player needs and motivations have changed significantly. Fans are increasingly engaging with the largest IP and looking to us for broader experiences where they can play, watch, create content, and forge deeper connections," end quote. After noting that as part of the cost-saving measures, EA would be reducing its global office square footage, he gets into the meat. Quote, "We are sunsetting games and moving away from development of future licensed IP that we do not believe will be successful in our changing industry. This greater focus will allow us to drive creativity, accelerate innovation, and double down on our biggest opportunities, including our owned IP, sports, and massive online communities, to deliver the entertainment players want today and tomorrow," end quote. While it's unclear what unannounced games were canceled, we do have word on at least 2 concrete cancellations along with a studio closure. Ridgeline Games, located in Seattle, formerly led by ex-Halo devs and charged with making a single-player Battlefield game, has been disbanded. Strangely, Marcus Leto, or is that Leto?
It's Leto,
who helped create Halo and was head of the team, just left a few days before the closure was announced and claims he had no idea Ridgeline would close after his exit, according to website Video Games Chronicle. That's really interesting. The other more notable cancellation come by way of by far EA's most valuable non-sports team, Respawn, the guys behind Titanfall, Apex Legends, and the Star Wars Jedi series. Their Star Wars FPS, kind of sort of revealed in 2022 and apparently based within the events of the TV show The Mandalorian, has been canceled. Though it is obviously skeptical of licensed IP moving forward, EA has nonetheless confirmed that its in-development Iron Man and Black Panther games continue unabated, with the 3rd game in the Star Wars Jedi series at Respawn also proceeding. I mean, after watching a console exclusive sell 10 million units in the form of Spider-Man 2, I'm pretty sure that you want to pursue your Iron Man and Black Panther games if you can make them really good. So that doesn't surprise me at all. But yeah, EA facing some deep cuts. Dustin, what do you think here? Ridgeline Games goes away. They were revealed again in 2021. They never got their game out. What do you make of that claim? I believe him. I don't know why he would lie about it. That he didn't know that the studio was going to close when he left. I wonder if he was the impetus. I wonder if they were kind of on the edge and they're like, I mean, without this guy here, like, why do we even bother? It kind of might even be his fault. I don't want to cast aspersions, but if that's true, then how is that possible? That just doesn't even make any sense. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like that was the impression I got, is that he left and they thought, okay, well, there's no captain for this crew. And it already maybe wasn't necessarily working out, and so this is the straw that breaks the camel's back. So, what's surprising about this EA stuff is just the moving away from licensed IPs, because that's how I've strongly associated with EA in a lot of ways over the years, is that licensed IP, and particularly in the face of, like you mentioned, Colin, Spider-Man being so incredibly successful. We also have situations like Avengers and Suicide Squad that has cast some doubt into making these huge, either superhero or Star Wars related games, where you are committing to making less money in a way because you have to pay that licensee. And so the question is, do they have what it takes to fulfill that with their own original IP? And that's a really good question that I don't know the answer to, just because EA has definitely had a lot of misses in that department as well. And then you see their own original IP kind of lost in a lot of ways. I think about Battlefield and how that was over a year ago now, where Vince Zampella was made the director of Battlefield as a whole after Battlefield 5, right, didn't do so well. So they're kind of struggling on that front. And I have to bring up just the absolute fumbling of Titanfall as well, and how that still hurts me to this day with how fucking good Titanfall 2 was. And obviously Apex Legends has lived on and been very successful, but it's it feels a little more dicey for them to say they're going to focus on their own IP, just because their once established very strong IP is not so strong anymore.
Do you have any thoughts, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't see Iron Man and Black Panther doing well, and I actually would have assumed a Star Wars FPS would have been a lot safer of a bet.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Especially, I don't know, Black Panther maybe would have a better shot at being a little bit more differentiated than an Iron Man game. But yeah, you're right that a Star Wars FPS would be. Maybe they're just further along, you know.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, that's probably what it really comes down to is Star Wars games, and I don't know, maybe late pre-production or something, and there's probably a lot more done on those other games. That makes sense to me, I guess, ultimately. But I just feel like a Star Wars FPS would have been. I guess they're scared from Battlefront because Battlefront didn't do well, but that wasn't because the game was bad. It was because like the way you designed the fucking monetization was fucking horrible. And that single player wasn't very good either for the second one. So
yeah,
like,
that campaign sucked. I remember being kind of amped about playing a Star Wars FPS, and I was like, "Oh God, this is."
I think
this feels like it was made in 3 months.
yeah, exactly. The idea of a respawn Star Wars FPS is fucking exciting, and that was something that I was actually genuinely excited about. Like, I don't give a shit about Star Wars at all, and I was like kind of pumped for that because I was like, yeah, they know how to do it. They could do it. If anybody could do it, they can. So for that to be kind of sunsetted while this kind of amorphous Black Panther game that, if I remember correctly, is like feels very fever dreamy. Like I don't even know what the fuck that trailer was really when we got it. And an Iron Man game, which I just don't feel like Iron Man's really popular at all without Robert Downey Jr., quite frankly. But I we'll see. Like you said, I think it's probably more about the fact that they were just more along in their cycles.
Yeah, it's something worth watching. I think EA shed some interesting licensing costs by getting rid of FIFA, which in the long run was a very smart move and hasn't seemed to have affected them whatsoever negatively. So they kind of don't have those onerous charges, and they should lean into sports. They make a lot of money just with the status quo with Madden and FIFA or with Madden and EA Football Club and all the rest. But I hope they lean into further revolutionizing the way sport platforms exist, so that people can find value in your products without having to buy a new game every year. Like, how can you monetize them effectively without having to create constant new games on new discs and new download packages and all the rest? The sports churn is so predicated on roster changes, and it's so fucking ridiculous that these companies make so much money on these games with such incremental changes. And the changes, I used to review and preview the NHL games when I was a journalist from EA Vancouver, and they would come show them to me every year. And this was during the PS3 era mostly. And you would be able to even see after 9 months, like some of the changes that they made. It's like, all right, well, games are so much more complicated and dynamic now that you really have no time to do anything in 3 years. To me, I would just say, like, why don't we make a new game every 5 years? Like a new fundamental new one. And we just have some sort of roster updating and some sort of way to massage money out of people, or maybe a subscription service or something that's less predatory, because I don't like it. I don't like that they make money like that. And I know people buy the games like that, and that's cool, but you have to understand you're buying roster updates. Shit. It's an expensive hobby if you play sports games.
Yeah.
All right. Number 3. In an appearance on the Logically Speaking podcast, as transcribed by website Video Games Chronicle, Naughty Dog president and creative lead behind projects like The Last of Us, Neil Druckmann, sounded a somewhat somber note on his potential long-term future in the games industry. At 45 years old, Druckmann is still young, but seems like he's in the beginning stages of burning out. Here's what he said on the podcast in part, quote, "I guess that I don't see myself doing this forever at this scale. It's just a lot, and it takes a lot out of you. It's very stressful to manage that many people in multiple studios worldwide, ellipsis. I'm at the point in my life where it's like you start looking at what's the end game here. When is the time to call it? So I could see myself transitioning to something that's more low key and lower stress that still allows me to have this creative outlet. But, I started thinking about how many more of these games I have in me, and it's not that many," end quote. Remarking on his seminal experience helping craft the Uncharted series specifically, he notes, quote, "Uncharted 2 was the most fun I had making any of the games I've worked on, because Uncharted 1, a lot of people loved it, but it wasn't this huge success. It was successful enough that we made Sony happy, we made enough money, but with Uncharted 2, we felt like we had something really special, like we all knew it, and we knew we were flying in under the radar, and no one was going to expect what we were able to deliver, or we were about to deliver. And I remember we'd spend late nights playing the multiplayer as well, and there was just this camaraderie, and the stress wasn't there. And afterwards, everything had been really incredibly stressful, and after Uncharted 2, because now you're no longer flying under the radar. Now everybody is expecting something to be great. And you have to think, how do you make it great? And how do you do it in a way that doesn't feel like we're repeating ourselves? So you always have to make it great and new, which is really, really hard," end quote. Druckmann, who has been with Naughty Dog since 2004 when he joined as an intern, has since risen to the role of creative director and beyond that, co-president of Studio Naughty Dog since 2020. He's worked on every Naughty Dog game since PlayStation 2's Jak 3, on which he acted as a programmer, save Uncharted 3, which came out in 2011, in which he was making the original The Last of Us concurrently. Jammin Fuller wrote in and said, "Hey CDC, does Naughty Dog have an image problem? Since the release of Uncharted, they have built themselves up as one of the most renowned studios in the industry. However, it is clear their way of production can't continue like it is. Something has to give in the process. With that being said, is it possible for them to take themselves down a peg to balance the time, cost, and production of a game these days? Do they always have to focus on hyper-realism, motion capture, and costly design? Do they always have to make 15-plus hour games? In your mind, will they keep working the way they are, or will the team finally change their ambitions to balance the economics? How would the industry react if they came out with a platformer again, or maybe an artistic game that is not an industry leader in graphics? Overall, they are not Rockstar. One game every 5 to 10 years will not create a sustainable profit margin for Sony. How does Naughty Dog get themselves out of the hole they've seemingly falling into? Will their pride be their downfall, or will they be able to redirect it? What has to give? I'd love to hear your thoughts." This was interesting, and I thought was somewhat underreported, especially in the light of the fact that I think some people in positions of power at Sony basically were tweeting about it and saying, oh, they can kind of relate, to this idea that there's this crushing pressure of working there. And I think Cory Barlog was one of the people that caught people's attentions by saying, like, I can basically relate to what you're saying. Like, I don't know how many more of these I have, me either. And that might be something very, making games is hard everywhere, but it might be something very unique to PlayStation to have this crushing pressure on you at all times to kind of create an industry best style game and then have to beat it, and then have to beat that, and then have to beat that. So Dustin, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I can't imagine the level of stress that goes into this, because you're not only thinking about the game and as you were saying, one-upping yourself and continuing. It's not just continuing to meet the high quality, but exceeding it as well. And with that, you are also managing a team of people that also all have their own lives that you need to think about. And so, especially coming off of watching the documentary, which we've talked about a little bit, but I highly recommend if you're interested in game development. It's not an enviable position to be in. And it's one of those positions that it sounds like you are always stressed, and then it goes up as you get further into production. And then, it will go down after the game is done and out, but then the cycle just begins anew, where you got to start on the next game. So you really don't have a lot of breathing room. And at his level, making these types of games, absolutely. It's like, man, especially, and I don't know what Neil's situation is particular, but just speaking in terms of game development in general, and how much of yourself, especially at the higher levels, you must give to the game. And there's only so much you can give away. And if you have a family, there's a cost to that. And you don't necessarily want to live your entire life giving all of yourself to something like this. So again, I'm not trying to speak for Neil. I don't know what his situation is with his family. I'm just saying in general that, there's got to be a point where you look around, you're like, I've done amazing things that I'm very proud of, that are renowned works, and I've made a lot of money for it. And now I kind of want to enjoy it and be with my family. So I totally get it. It's obviously sad for us as the enjoyers of that content, but it's important, I think, when you think about talent like this, it's like, it's sad at some point we won't have any more Neil Druckmann games, or eventually we're not going to have any more Kojima games or any of those high level people. But as that happens, it's nice that there are other people rising up that kind of can take their place, hopefully.
Chris, anything to add?
Oh man, I mean, all of that was pretty on point. I mean, I the only thing that comes to mind is, granted, this is a much lower scale, but I mean, it is relatable on some level, just being in a creative space. I can't imagine the crushing pressure of like having to make a AAA game, but I do remember the feeling of making videos and then being very successful, and then feeling immediately like, oh, the next one has to be bigger and better, and based on how long it took to make that one, it it has to take even longer now, and like, oh, it's been however many months since this thing, it has to be that many months better. Like I get it. Like I get that kind of power creep as far as like expectations and reality. I remember making a video where like I shot a lot of stuff on location and like I was like out and like I had like a camera person. I was like, fuck, I'm gonna have to do this every single time now, because that's the expectation that I've set here, and it's what people like and all that. So like I understand the baseline of kind of feeling that pressure, and I can only imagine after like 5 years of working on something and then having that many eyes on it and that much attention to it, especially if it's in the especially if it's through the lens of specifically Neil Druckmann and his work, because there's been so much controversy surrounding it, not necessarily for any good reason, but just like, you know, the leaks and how undoubtedly traumatizing that must have been. And just I can see why it would be a fucking draining experience, and why you would only have so many of those in you.
Yeah, I agree. Just wanted to acknowledge this because I think obviously I have a personal bias towards Neil, of course, but this is, you guys touch on the reason I wanted to bring this story up was it is difficult to create something like Best in Class and then just have to constantly reach that bar again. But I also don't know what they expect them to do.
Yeah.
When people say like, oh, I would rather have Naughty Dog make smaller games, like I don't want that. I want them to make what they make best. So I don't know why anyone would want that. Like let's have Naughty Dog step back. It's kind of a rock and a hard place situation for them. Why would you want to stop being known to make these amazing games? When you know, like at the end of this major challenge comes something really wonderful. And then you go and you chase it again, and maybe it doesn't always work out. But the idea of like shaving that down or going in a different direction, I don't think that's not operable.
Well, that's why the idea is that you would hand it off to somebody who's younger and hungry, right? That's kind of the idea, because at a certain point you've eaten, you know, you've had your meal, and just like, dude, I can't put away another steak, man. Like I'm bursting at the seams. Somebody else get in here. That way the studio can continue to make those kinds of games and you know, hire new people, or people will phase out, people will phase in, studio will transform, but ultimately like the ambition will be there. I don't know, man. Everything's finite. You got to use your time wisely.
All right. Final two news items we can go through somewhat quickly.
Yeah.
Number 4, thanks to industry tracking firm Circana, formerly the NPD Group, we have sales data to discuss for the United States market for January 2024. Not surprisingly, PlayStation 5 was the US's best-selling console in both units sold and money gross for the month, and indeed, the overall core console gaming industry was up 15% year over year. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 was the month's best-selling game, but the next 3 are all new entries, and they may surprise you. Slotting in at second is Tekken 8, third is Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, and fourth is Persona 3 Reload. Other notable games include Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth at 7, The Last of Us Part 2 at 9, Spider-Man 2 at 10, Avatar Frontiers of Pandora at 12, Prince of Persia The Lost Crown at 13, Gran Turismo 7 at 16, and God of War Ragnarok at 20. Fortnite was the most played game on PlayStation 5 for the month, and showing the power of PlayStation Plus's free game offering, Evil West was the 7th most played game on PS5 in the month. The best-selling console accessory for the month of January 2024 was again the DualSense Edge controller, which continues to move briskly. So some sales data. Yeah, I thought about you, Dustin, with the Persona 3 sales. Really, really nice. Number 4, not so bad. And obviously, like I told you, Suicide Squad's sold, although I think its reach is going to be limited at this point. It seems like no one's playing it.
Yeah.
Looks DOA to me.
Yeah, I've heard the end game is not very good.
What did they do to it to delay it for a year and then it's still...
I have no idea.
Very interesting.
I could not tell you.
Yeah, very strange.
I am really excited about Persona 3 Reload being fourth. That's super cool and really interesting. With my interview with Genki, for a little shout out for this, is that he was saying, and this is anecdotal, but it seems like Persona may be more popular in the West than in Japan at this point, which is very interesting since it's such a Japanese centric game that it's a core part of the story that you're a Japanese high school student living a very Japanese life. So
yeah, it's more of a fantasy for us than it would be if you lived there, I assume.
That's really fascinating. That's almost like if it's almost like if Seinfeld was famous in Japan or like popular in Japan. You know what I mean? Where it's like, how could you even Or even some crazier, like China, where it's just like, how would you even relate to this?
Isn't there a thing about King of the Hill being really popular in Japan?
Yeah, I've heard that. I don't know what
Is that real?
is. Yeah.
I don't know if it's more popular in Japan, but there apparently there's argument about subs versus dubs for King of the Hill.
No way.
In Japan.
That is awesome.
Number 5. It's time yet again to talk about PlayStation Plus games. This time, the games that will be coming to PS Plus Essential in March, meaning all PS Plus subscribers at any level can get these titles to their download list beginning March 5th. You'll have until April 1st to secure them. All 4 games are for PS4 and PS5 alike, and we begin with Sifu, the popular slow clap developed action brawler that came to PlayStation consoles in early 2022. Second up is F123, the Codemasters developed an EA Sports published racing game. Third is the dynamic pixel survival game Hello Neighbor 2, which launched in late 2022. And finally, the 4th game is really an expansion in the form of Destiny 2, The Witch Queen. Launched by Bungie in early 2022, it represents the 6th expansion for the Destiny sequel. And what seems to be a growing pattern, Sony also added a small separate perk for PS Plus Essential in March, a couple of outfits and around a dozen weapon skins for the finals, Embark Studios' popular free-to-play FPS that first graced PlayStation Network in December of last year. Nice little selection of games. Looking on PS Plus, nothing for me really. But Sifu, I think, will be popular with a lot of people. F1 is supposed to be very good. I just don't play racing games. All right. For some reason, my nose is very itchy right now. I keep having to...
I mean, you're sick.
It's bothering me. But it's like I'm being tickled with a feather or of some sort.
Oh, that's the worst. Yeah, I hate that.
Yeah. Jeez Louise. All right. let's get into the 6 questions. I'm slowly losing it here. Quickly losing it, I should say. So let's quickly get into the 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on patreon.com/laststandmedia. Remember, you can support us over there. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. Early ad-free access to every episode of this show in addition to, all of our other shows as well. Sacred Symbols Plus, as well as Punching Up and Knockback and whatever, and so on and so on and so forth. I was really interested to see, especially what you would say of this, Dustin, but we can all discuss it. And it comes from Daidoji Reiji, who I'm sure I've just completely butchered that. Hello, bicameral bussy blasters. Recently, the topic of localization and translations of Japanese games into English has been picking up steam on the internet. I've seen this come up in discussions of Persona 3 Reload, the Elden Ring DLC trailer, and Unicorn Overlord. Square Enix even corrected a mistranslated line from Aerith at the end of Final Fantasy VII Remake in a recent patch, much to the consternation of the English audience. The nature of why the Japanese line is important is elaborated on by Tetsuya Nomura during an interview in the Ultimania guide for the game. Even Yasumi Matsuno of Final Fantasy Tactics and Ogre Battle fame chimed in on Twitter concerning his opinions on localization. As someone who can speak and understand Japanese, I understand that it is difficult to translate the language into English. You cannot do so directly, so I am not asking for 100% direct translations, nor is anyone who actually speaks Japanese. I think many others and myself just want the games to be as faithful as possible to the Japanese script without changing the characters' personalities or their motivations, something I have noticed more and more lately since I learned Japanese and started playing these games in their native language. The same people online who care about the artists every time there are layoffs in the industry, and the games industry, seem to have blatant disregard for Japanese games writers when their art is modified during localization. I think it would be just as concerning if Japanese translators changed Kratos or Peter Parker when these games are localized into Japanese. If we care about art of games, shouldn't we get more than 90% good localization and 10% fan fiction? What do you think? Is there cause for concern here? So, Dustin, yeah, I want to pick up with you on this. I saw this specifically recently with Unicorn Overlord, and I went kind of down the rabbit hole on it. I don't know how deeply you might have looked into this or not, and it is extensive, like the rewriting, if the translations that people have provided in Japanese are accurate. I do have a problem with this, because I think the spirit of localization is to make what you're writing cogent for the local audience. It's not to rewrite it, to give it a different context. It's supposed to be as faithful as possible. The localization is simply supposed to make it make sense. So when I saw the Unicorn Overlord stuff, and I'd love to hear more about that if you know more about it, but I was really astonished by the level of, it's just, I don't know if it's disrespect or whatever. It's like, they won't know. But when you have someone translating the two of them, it's like, wow, this character comes off as totally different, or he says something totally different here. What do you think? Yeah.
So I notice this regularly when I'm watching One Piece, and I don't know Japanese, but sometimes I know certain words and stuff, and I'll notice that the translation is different. To be clear for the audience who might not know this, the difference between translation and localization is that translation is a very literal we're going to take exactly what was said and give you the exact words, where localization is trying to make it fit more for a different audience to make sense, because there's certain words or meanings that might not come off as well. The problem with this problem, if that makes sense, is that a lot of times you won't even necessarily be aware of it as the person on the other end of that localization. For example, there's a lot of people that have issues with the Persona 5 localization. And this reminded me, there's a website called personaproblems.com that is an in-depth look at many different scenarios where they just totally fucked up the localization, giving totally different meanings, saying totally different things. And it is a tough problem because there is going to be a degree of interpretation that may be different between people and how you want to write things. So I get that, but it is very important, to me at least, that you honor the original creator's intent. So it's tough. It's a problem I want to care about more, but as I was saying, I'm not necessarily always aware of, I guess I can't be aware of a bad localization because I'm not aware of the source material because I can't read it. So I'm glad to see these issues coming to light. I hope people really care about them and continue to voice opinions about them, because it is important that we honor the original artistic intention.
What do you think, Chris?
I don't know. I have very limited experience with this by nature of the games that I play. So, I mean, I don't know if I have much to. I have looked into this a little bit. I've looked into the Unicorn Overlord stuff, and it's a pretty drastic shift in character and tone, and that should the default opinion I think on that should just be like, yeah, that should be rectified, and there should be a little bit more care put into this. But I can't pretend like I have like a stake in this game. I think Dustin put it pretty succinctly, and I have no reason to disagree with anything that he put forward.
For me, I'll just reiterate. I think the design should be of these various translations and localizations should be towards being as true as possible, no matter what, to the original intent. Again, localizing is about taking a joke and putting it into context or changing certain words that don't make sense or sayings or whatever. It's not making new characters say things that weren't said in ways that were not meant to be said. The Unicorn Overlord stuff is really drastic, where if I were at Vanillaware, I'd be like, what the fuck is this? Because you have to assume this is happening without their knowledge a lot of time. Why would they want that?
Yeah. It's interesting thinking about different scenarios this has happened with. There's a very prominent one that happened just in a few years in anime, where when they released Evangelion on Netflix, they did a new translation of it that was said to be more accurate. And there was a character, a male character to another male character that said, I love you. And they changed it to say, I like you instead. And so people were very upset because they thought that this was a potential gay romance scenario. It's like, no. This just was a translation error that someone didn't necessarily make the right call on, because it changed the intended nature of what was trying to be said. So these things are important. Yeah. And dude, as far as the whole Final Fantasy thing, this is particularly funny to me. I guess this is kind of a side thing. So they did update Remake with 2 changes. One of them was a line at the end that I won't get into because it's spoilers, stuff like that. The other change wasn't translation related, but they changed Tifa's flashback outfit when she's in the cowboy outfit to more closely match the Rebirth version. And apparently she's a little more covered up. And so, of course, gamers mad that less boobs in the game. But what some of them didn't realize is that Tifa was a teenager in those flashbacks. So gamers, learn to pick your battles.
Yeah, stand down.
Yeah,
stop.
Relax.
Stand down.
That's a stand down.
That's a hard stand down.
That's a hard stand. That's a hard H on the stand down. I don't know. Like, I have with this localization stuff, it's weird. Like I with stuff like this, I do find it egregious. But then as I was thinking about it, as you were talking about anime and how like how it affects what is it, Evangelion?
Yeah.
And I'm reminded of some of the stuff that was in DBZ because I obviously initially saw Dragon Ball Z as in English, obviously with the Funimation dub and with Sean Schemmel and Christopher Sabat and all those guys doing the voices. And I remember when Dragon Ball Kai came out, and it was just like, oh, hey, this is like a more abridged version, but it's more faithful to the original dialogue. And I remember I was like, okay. And then I watched it and I was like, I hate a lot of this. I think they made a lot of good choices when they rewrote some of the stuff. Granted, it's not as egregious as some of the stuff in fucking, what is it, Unicorn Overlord or whatever. They didn't change characters drastically quite to the extent. But I remember there's some speeches in the original Dragon Ball Z versus like the more faithful adaptation where I'm like, the American one's fucking way better. And so it's possible. That is possible. But unlikely in these situations. Especially
Have you guys heard there was an anime that was, I'm trying to remember the exact story. It was like really bad, or they had so little direction or something that
Ghost Story, right?
Yeah, Ghost Story. That's it. Where they completely changed the dub and made it hilarious. Where it has nothing to do with the source material.
Yo, everybody listening or watching right now, please do yourself a favor and look up the highlights from the Ghost Story English dub, because it is some of the funniest shit. Like they got no direction, so they basically just made it a fucking joke, and it feels like a shit post, but it's like the original. It's like the actual official dub, and it's amazing. That is one of the best things I think has ever been created. I think the Ghost Story English dub.
All right. Let's see here. Benjamin the Warp Nuclear Test Subject wrote in. Said, hey, CDC. Why is Geoff Keighley suddenly being attacked for not saying anything about layoffs in the industry? Is it because Geoff is an easy target? The reality is that these companies couldn't give a fuck less what Geoff Keighley has to say about the layoffs. He has no power whatsoever over them. It all comes off as petty jealousy and the typical games media types trying to use anything they can to take shots at someone. Why aren't these people asking Gabe Newell, someone with actual power in the industry, about the layoffs? The truth is that they'll never press the people in the industry with actual power about these things because they're too scared to suffer the potential consequences of doing so. Am I off base here, or is the attack on Keighley baffling to anyone else? I don't want to speak to the if or the and or kind of stuff there, but I will say, why are people so like, just leave Geoff Keighley alone? Like, can't we have one positive figure that's kind of unmolested from constant drama and barbs being thrown at him all the time? I don't know. I don't think he's perfect, but I think he tries, and it's like, man, we have bigger fish to fry. Yeah. I think a lot of it came because he tweeted out like the day the Sony layoffs were announced, or like something about this. Did you see this?
The game scent.
Yeah, game scent thing where like it'll make your room or whatever smell like certain things from the game or whatever. And it was probably
napalm smell.
Yeah,
in there.
And I don't know if that was he has some agreement or whatever, or was pre-planned or something. I don't know, or it was it tone deaf? I guess so, but it's like, I don't know, man. Geoff Keighley just seems to be like the least of our problems. I just feel like we should be kind of helping him continue to in turn help lift the games industry up a little bit better.
Yeah.
Anything to say before we move
on? No. I agree that the timing was poor when you're that notable of a figure, but then there was the article written about him, and this comes off the heels of there was the thing with the Game Awards and the future class, something about wanting to say something about Palestine, or I don't remember what the exact
no one cares if you're in the future class. That's a meaningless. That's not a thing that anyone cares about. You can't use that as leverage over anyone. That's like saying you were in the high school debate club or something like that. Like, no one cares.
Congrats.
Yeah. So, yeah, back off of Geoff. He doesn't. I guess. What would be the ideal thing for him to do? And like, what do you want him to do?
Die.
Like, whoa.
That's what people. I mean, people are weird about it. Like, they really hate him, and I get like the Dorito Pope thing was funny. Like,
Sure.
I get it. It's like a meme. It's funny, but like, I mean, I don't know. He just seems too well-meaning for me to really like feel vitriolic about him in any real way. Like, he doesn't come across as somebody who's just this like snide, just really smarmy guy. Like, he just seems like genuinely like a decent dude who's just trying his best. And so whenever I see people like ganging up on him, I do feel kind of bad, because I mean, that tweet is bad, but like, I don't know, who the fuck knows if that's not. There's so many tweets that I've had to tweet where just for like sponsor agreements or whatever, where I'm just like, this is not the topic of the day. Oh, well, here we go.
Yeah, good luck.
You just kind of have to deal with it. Yeah.
John wrote in, said, "Good day, gents. I'm writing this in with the hopes of making some bystanders recoil in horror as they overhear sacred symbols discuss anime titties. Why is it that Stellar Blade was being criticized for the proportions of the main character, and yet this last week we have seen the internet universally praise Final Fantasy VII Rebirth for basically strapping 2 Civil War era size cannons to Tifa's chest and having her lean forward in her swimsuit whenever she speaks? Am I missing something here? Why are these games being judged differently for the same level of fan service? I'm imagining Dustin is purchasing 2 brand new jars online as we speak. Take care." Is there a difference here, Dustin, do you think, between the treatment of these 2 games?
Yeah. And I honestly don't really know the answer, because I was thinking about that, where we know Tifa and we understand her as a strong character that is more than just her assets, right? So I think that in that sense that a lot of people view the swimsuit shot that came up this past week as okay, but there's an idea that Stellar Blade is not okay because she's created simply for the glorification, for the male gaze, right? Not the GAYS, but but so that's when we talked about this drama a few weeks ago. My argument was like, just hold off for the actual game to come out, and maybe they'll feel the same way about her as they do about Tifa. But yeah, I think it's hypocritical, and come on, guys. The subject matter of what we're talking about and people are getting upset about is just so stupid when we really think about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I hesitate to attribute hypocrisy to a nebulous kind of mob, because oftentimes I see like, oh, well, every time I see an argument where it's like, well, these are the same people who do this, and it's like, it's never really. It's if you ask these people individually, I'm sure the people who have a problem with Stellar Blade probably weren't too happy about that fucking Tifa thing, but there are people who probably were happy about both, and who the fuck knows really. But I think generally, the explanation given here is probably the best, where I mean, Stellar Blade is unabashedly very, very hypersexual, like to the point where there's like literally like a heart on her vagina in one of the costumes, like literally. I'm just like, oh yeah, whatever, fucking. They make what they want to make, and I personally don't give a shit. I think it's silly to make a big deal out of it. But I do think a lot of it does have to do with the fact that, yeah, we know Tifa is a character, a fully fleshed out person, basically, to a lot of people. She's had an entire remake and obviously like years and years and years of history within just the context of Final Fantasy VII existing in the beloved state that it is. Whereas this is just kind of like this new thing, very clearly meant for, to gawk at. And I don't even think that Stellar Blade would. I don't even think the developers of Stellar Blade would necessarily shy away from that accusation. I think they even said specifically, it's like, yeah, we made her hot because we like to look at hot people. So the intention is very clear. And in that regard, I do think it's fair for people to have a different read on the situation based on, between them. But at the end of the day, I don't give a shit about any of this. Hot people are hot, and that's cool.
Tifa's things are banging in that.
Yeah. It's a good swimsuit.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
The Blues Bomber wrote in and said, "Hi all. This question is mainly for Colin, but I'm sure you've already seen the trophy guide for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on Power Picks, and that it is 150 to 200 hours with a required additional hard mode playthrough. What do you think of games that require multiple playthroughs? I'm of the mind that linear, shorter games are fine to add to this trophy list, but that an arduous RPG should do away with these. It truly ruins a trophy list in my opinion, but I want to keep this short. What say you? Thanks as always." I'm kind of in a position with this game, Blues Bomber, where this is one of those games that comes out where I don't really care about the trophies and just not really going to worry about it too much. and see what happens and see kind of let things fall as they may. So it reminds me a lot of like when a Last of Us game comes out or a Resident Evil game or something. I'm just like, whatever, I'll just play it and then worry about it later. The double playthrough thing does suck, but I think that there's like an unusual upside to it if you care long term, which is, and I feel this way about Final Fantasy VII Intergrade and others as well, which is there is this nice idea that you could go back and kind of platinum it by playing it again later and just kind of save that playthrough for a future time, unknown time. In other words, if you don't feel like you need to wrap it up right away, then you can look at it as something you would get to eventually down the line and then do a hard playthrough. Maybe you don't remember the game very well. And so it gives you a reason to play it again to kind of fulfill that trophy whorishness that we all have. So I understand what you're saying, but I did look at that Power Picks guide. It does look extreme. I am not sure I believe the hours required thing. They're wrong about that sometimes. And I want to see how that all lines up when people actually start playing it. I'm trying to think of an example of one they were really, Death Stranding. They were like dramatically wrong on that because they were not realizing that their time was being counted even when they were paused and they were using their in-game clock. And they made some ridiculous prediction about how long it took to platinum Death Stranding. And it put a lot of people off. And then everyone's like, that's not even remotely true.
Right.
It's more like 40, 50, 60 hours, not whatever you said it was, 150 or something. So could it be that long? Maybe. I don't want to say I'm skeptical. I just want to see how it plays out. So yeah, not ideal, but doesn't really matter for me for a game like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. All right. James York wrote in, said, "Hi, Colin. I saw you got quoted from a recent episode of Sacred Symbols in the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit for your comment that third-party publishers are being briefed on PS5 Pro specs. Naturally, some folks are bringing up the Bloodborne remake and remaster stuff you had heard, which never substantiated. Not here to criticize any of that, but I've always wondered, do publishers ever knowingly whisper bogus information within their own teams or to specific people at their companies to try to identify leakers? If only a limited group or a specific person were told something and it gets out, you would have narrowed down who it could have been. Do you think the Bloodborne stuff you were told falls into that situation? I figured if anyone would know, it would be you. I'll hang up and listen with my tinfoil hat on." Not really. I've said this before about the Bloodborne stuff where the person who told me the Bloodborne stuff, this was back when I was in California still, so it was a long time ago, is someone who would know things and has told me things that I've reported on in the past that are true. So I don't really know, as I've said in the past, what went wrong. But the reason I wanted to bring James's question up specifically is because I want people to do me a favor. And I'm going to start being better about chronicling my own things. I went and looked at the Gaming Leaks and Rumor thing, and not a lot of people, but people were tweeting like, Colin doesn't have sources and he never broke anything. He's wrong about all these sorts of things. And I'm like, that's simply not true. And that pisses me off considering how many things I've leaked or how many things I've talked about before they were announced or discussed. It's just demonstrably true. And I should be better about chronicling those things. So someone out there, make a complete list. Go ahead and take all of the time you can and make a complete list of all of the things that we've leaked on this show. I mean, some of them were minor, like the Quarry being a Stadia game. Some of them were more major, like the details of Quantic Dream's Star Wars game or the reality of the new Tomb Raider game or a bunch of other things.
Yeah.
I mean, we got so close to the Tomb Raider game thing that we got a letter from Crystal Dynamics lawyers. So I don't really want to be told that we don't, I told you about Antarctic BioShock, which has been substantiated by a bunch of other sources since. I mean, get fucked. At some point, it's like that's totally getting one thing wrong in quotes, and I'm not really entirely sure what went on there. And I would never ever talk about my sources ever. But it's like I don't really regret it because the source is good. So it's like I say about about people making fun of there being no second Sony showcase last year. It's like things change, and I can't keep up with that. I get a little notion of a period in time, and then someone's perspective on it. And remember, I don't consider myself a journalist anymore. I don't chase any stories at all. Anything that I report on this show that comes into my possession or people tell me about, they come to me to tell me about that stuff. But when I tell you about things like what's happening at Deviation Games, when I tell you about the nature of the Quarry, when I leaked Demon Souls, by the way, the PS5 remake, which was one of the first things we did on Sacred Symbols, when I do it's like, don't come and tell me that I don't have sources and don't know. It's like, get fucked. You're just ignoring literally all of the things that we've talked about and that have been substantiated. That's just lunacy. So someone out there, quit your job and dedicate yourself for 2 months to making a full list, comprehensive list of everything we discussed on the show.
I still think about that Tomb Raider. That whole the idea of of a room full of lawyers having to listen to that.
Toby, wait!
Don't be late.
Toby, what you doing, Toby?
Mr. Worry has a final inquiry. It says, hey, CDC, there is a trend in linear single-player games that is, to me, getting played out. It's the constant two-path system. One path is where your quest is taking you. The other path is a dead end. However, you definitely know there is a treasure or item waiting for you. I find myself constantly trying to find the wrong way to go first to avoid missing any crucial items. It's a poor excuse for exploration, and it's just there to pad playtime and give me anxiety about missing something. It's true. What do you think about this, Dustin? I find myself doing the same exact thing. I've never really heard anyone describe it like this, which is why I wanted to use this Mr. Worry's inquiry here. It's like, yeah, I'm always looking to go the wrong way first. I'm always looking around and finding every way that I'm not supposed to go first to make sure I've not missed anything. It's kind of the fun of games, but it is pretty limited in terms of its imagination, I guess.
Yeah, it's pretty bad for me. I eventually give it up as I keep going in the game and stop caring about finding everything, where there's been a few times where I've been playing games and Holly will be watching me and then I'll turn around. She's like, wait, why are you going back? One of the times I said, I think I was going the right way. She was like, what? I'm like, no, I got to go to the side pass. I noticed this last night when I played the first chapter of Rebirth in that demo multiple times. Like, that looks like the wrong way, so I got to go there first. And it is. It can be pretty annoying, especially if you are. Sometimes it's not just two paths. Sometimes it's multiple paths, and you start to get that feeling when you're going down a path. Like, oh no, am I going down the right path? Will I eventually get to a point where I can't go back? And then you go to another path, and that one seems to go on for a while too, where you're like, what do I do here? It's stressful. So I don't really like it either, but I don't really know what the alternative is other than in a linear game, just having it be really, truly linear outside of maybe more open world spaces.
Any thoughts, Chris, before we go?
Yeah, I don't know. This to me feels a little bit. I don't hate this at all, but I think it bothers me more in RPGs because I get the sense that, and especially in open world RPGs, I just get the sense, or like RPGs with like a big scope, it bothers me more in those games than it would in like a Gears of War, where like, I don't know, let's say like there's just like a symmetrical building and obviously one of the doors is going to take me further and the other side is probably going to have like some secret or whatever, because that's the nature of symmetrical buildings. Like you can't just have like, you can't just have an arbitrary balcony that is missing another half because there's nothing valuable over there. It would just be like immersion breaking and strange. You'd notice it immediately if that was gone. But it's also like maybe like what, like a 5 second to like a minute long deviation as opposed to like this sprawling RPG where I know that on any given path, there's going to be some distraction there that is going to like suck hours and hours and hours away from like whatever the main thing I'm supposed to be doing is. So I don't know. I think it depends on the genre and it depends on the type of game. But generally speaking, in truly linear games, things like Gears of War or Dead Space or these kinds of games that are a little bit more limited in their exploration, I don't mind them at all. In fact, I'm really, really welcomed to try exploring specifically because I know it's only so limited. Whereas like the vastness of certain games definitely gets to me in that regard, where I'm just like, oh, this is kind of like a alcove off to the side where some like healing item is going to be, and it's just like, all right, well.
I always get annoyed when the optional path has nothing at the end of it, and then you're like, did I miss something? And then you're like looking around everywhere, and it's just like
put something there.
Yeah, gotta give you a little something.
Yeah.
All right, well, nice answer. Let's get the hell out of here. It's time to go. I am just barely holding it together. I hope I did all right. I probably wasn't very good today. I'm sorry to everyone out there, but Colin's sick. Your boy
He's
Colin,
sick.
Father
Sick
Colin,
baby boy,
Little sick baby boy.
Oh.
Here's some. I put some medicine in the chat, Colin. This is
Let's see.
This is a 30-second clip from the Ghost Story.
All right,
Ghost Story dub that I think you'll.
I will
I don't know if I can.
I will certainly check this out.
Video.
Yeah, no, I'll check it out when we're done.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Let's go around and say goodbye to everyone. Chris, goodbye to you. Thanks for being here with us today.
Of course.
That's it.
I got nothing.
Yeah,
I got nothing going on today. Like I've got a day of unpacking a bunch of boxes ahead of me, so I'm not looking forward to that. But progress.
Fair enough. Dustin, goodbye to you.
Goodbye. Tonight, I am moving my couch out and moving it to my friend's house a few blocks away, Brandon. He's getting the couch for his apartment that I mentioned earlier, and the Lazy Boy couch will be here tomorrow.
So exciting.
We are very, very, it's perfect timing with Rebirth. And I'm gonna be a lazy boy this weekend, man. This is my second sounding like I'm sponsored, but I'm not. But again, Lazy Boy, if you want to reach out,
I'd be happy to be sponsored by Lazy Boy. That'd be awesome. I have 3 Lazy Boy couches in my house, including this. That's a Lazy Boy couch.
Very nice.
All right, my friends, let's get the hell out of here. Again, thank you for bearing with me this week. I am in a cloudy space, but I think I'll be better next week, I hope. Man, you guys should have seen me. I was literally like in a fetal position in my shower. Like,
yeah, for your life.
Yeah. Like
sometimes that happens.
Yeah. Just like fighting. And one of those positions where you're in so much pain, you can't sleep. And I'm not trying to be a little bitch baby boy. You know, I'm not one of them. I don't think. So I really got taken in by this, and I'm just coming out of it. So I'm glad I can be here. I was a little worried that I wouldn't even be able to do the show. Although some people would have been like, oh, that would have been a better show. Like, I'm not going to be on Constellation next week because we're going to Boston. Micah and I was going to say Dagan and I are going to Boston. Mike and I are going to Boston. And so I'm waiting for the inevitable, oh, the show's better without Colin. I'd be like, well,
oh, geez.
That's fine. Maybe it is.
Well, look, there's capacity for bitch in all of us.
Yeah.
Every moment there's a point where it's just like, look, man, a bad migraine. Look, I'm not talking to nobody. I'm in my room, maybe crying even, because like that shit's no joke. So it happens.
Yeah, it's like, why does your body have to do that to you? It's like, I get it. Ugh. Anyway, I'll be better next week. Guys, appreciate you. Thank you for your time. Thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.